Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. What's a guy with 930 subscribers want? 70 more. Hoping you guys can help me out with that tonight. I'm going to mention it every once in a while because that's how attendance goes. Hoping to catch you guys. Hoping you haven't suggested this channel everywhere that you could. Hoping that you'll suggest it tonight. Okay, it strikes me that everyone that is interested has reviewed me talking to Dr. Hovind, and I have not. After all, there was a lot that was said by Dr. Hovind that I wanted to respond to, didn't get time to respond to, and felt like I didn't really get to explain as much as I'd wanted to about certain things. So this will kill some time until people start coming in. And we'll probably go, I don't know, a couple good few hours, maybe up to as much as like 5 hours. We'll see how it turns out. All right, let's increase the size of this and play. So I want to thank Dr. Hovind, everyone who might watch this in the future. I really appreciate tonight, and I look forward to it.
Well, thank you, sir. Okay. Now, if I understand your position, you said you think the earth that we're on now was destroyed before, and God had to remake it. And the creation story in Genesis is not the original creation, it's the remaking. Is that basically the ruin restoration type theory that you're going to? Well, go ahead and
No,
state your
sir.
point. Okay. Well, give us your what is your position that you hold on how?
It's rather interesting that I hadn't stated my position when he asserted that. He had only read that in an email, and he apparently didn't read it very thoroughly because I had suggested no such thing. Because I'm arguing the biblical text, the words in the story, and what they actually mean, he assumed that I was saying that the earth had been formed perfect, then destroyed, then reformed perfect. I don't know. I know some people believe that. I just don't know where they get that from. I sent you an email with a video clip. Peace and respect to Geo Sam. Also a few images. Well, I should have to check that out. Let's see. Did you? Wow, I got a little bit of chills there, Geo. That was super nice of you. Well, I'm gonna have to check that out later. Wow, how'd you clean up the image that much? That's amazing. I'm gonna get to that Geo later, Geo. I thank you. I don't know what to say. That's very kind of you. It looks like Geo has maybe made me a channel opener or something. That's superhuman of you, bro. Thanks. Oh, when you guys see me do this, it's because I'm turning off the video or pausing it.
How old is the earth?
Well, I think that it's very old, and that the Bible doesn't comment on exactly how old the planet itself is, which is why it describes a process of 6 steps in changing what the earth is, which is apparently true because if in Hebrew you wanted to say create from nothing, you would say. Of course, when I say it's true, I'm saying it's true internally, in an internal critique of the text. It's not necessarily true externally. Kata bara. That is, kata was available to the people at the time and available to scribes. And bara is what you find the word that got translated into create. That word bara there majoritively means to reform or repurpose something that exists in the total sense. Like I cut down a tree and I created bara, a table. I'm the only maker of the table. I decide when
Peace
the
and
table
respect,
is
blessed
finished,
be he.
but I made it out of.
Okay, so Kent Hovind is awesome. Why don't you like him? Please point out to me when I said I don't like him. I never said I don't like him. I did say I disagree with the way that he reads the text of the Bible and his beliefs about the Bible, which is not the same as not liking someone. If you watch this video, which you cannot have to have made this comment, then you would have heard me say to Dr. Hovind that I thought he was cordial and I enjoyed talking to him. I said that during that talk, and I'm saying it now.
Out of existent wood. To say that something was made from nothing would be abara kadabra, which in English we know the expression abracadabra, but it's based in the Hebrew language. And because it doesn't use the word kata, meaning from breath, from nothing, then it means to create by reforming or repurposing.
Okay, blessed be he. Which you're welcome to come in. Links at the top of the chat. You challenge his views. That's not nice. He is a man of God. Just for argument's sake, let's say, just for instance, someone deeply, deeply believed that Christ Jesus was a black man or very, very dark skinned. Because of the time frame that they think the Bible is talking about, and because that part of the world where Jesus would have come from, and that Jews were fairly dark skinned, or for whatever reasons they might believe that. And just for argument's sake, let's say he was white as a ghost. Let's say he was an albino. Okay, and Christ descended from the heavens, and out of love, and it's not from Islam, it's Semitic, and it's from Hebrew. And they met Jesus Christ, but they were expecting a black man, right? And instead, they meet this guy that's, super, super, super pale, like an extreme albinism. And he keeps saying, I'm Jesus Christ, and even like doing miracles. And they keep saying, yeah, but you're not black. See, looking at something through a preconceived lens could keep you or someone else, for instance, Dr. Hovind, from accepting something as it actually is, accepting something that's true. So I am showing love for my brothers and sisters when I am showing them what makes sense from the text of the Bible. It's not an adverse thing. It's not a thing of hatred. It's a thing of true love. And I think, blessed be he, you would agree with me that if you just placate someone believing that they're wrong, but you just make them feel good all the time, you're not being a loving friend. You're actually cursing them to misery. Like what if we only told our children lies and they just grew up believing all these lies, and then the things that they tried that they thought were true, which aren't true, they tried to do them and they don't work in reality. That person would be completely disappointed, and maybe for years or even a decade or however long it takes them to grow up and grow out of what they were told as a child. So in arguing with Dr. Hovind, I am being loving I'm not being hateful. Peace and respect, Mac the Human. I'll unsubscribe and resubscribe, but I don't think that'll help. Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't help. Why should? That's a great question. That's a beautiful question. Thank you so much for asking that. Okay, I would ask, why should we believe anything? Like, why should I believe that's a coffee thermos? Well, I could claim it. Someone else could claim it's a coffee thermos. But I can test if it's a coffee thermos. I can say, well, let's see. It's a Yeti. It's a 20 ounce. It's got some kind of liquid in it. Delicious coffee. It's true. It's a coffee thermos. And if someone said, oh, it's full of hydrochloric acid, I might test it a little differently. I wouldn't just take a sip. See, the things that are true, you can verify in reality. Right. Like, I expect that if the Bible were true, and it said there was a planet, and it does, and it says the planet is very, very old, and science tests it, and it is, and we know that because of radiometric dating, not just carbon-14 dating. There's other forms of it. We know that the planet is very, very, very old, and that there was a transformative process. Science confirms that too. So what I'm saying is, the way I read the Bible says that the planet is very old, and there is a much younger transformative process, the 6 days of creation, which I'm sure you've read. And all that agrees with reality. So why should you believe me rather than Dr. Hovind? Because Dr. Hovind says things that can't be true. It's as simple as that. Peace and respect, Christian Carpenter. Thank you for coming by. Guys, the link is at the top of the side chat. Feel free to come in.
Generally create the universe, the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. When was the beginning?
When was the beginning? We don't have a reasonable answer on that. A very, very long time ago.
Okay, and what happened to? Why did God have to fix it? What was broken? Who broke it?
I don't think that it was ever broken. What do you mean by broken?
Well, in the Ten Commandments, God said He created everything in 6 days, in heaven and earth. Is that not accurate?
See, he's trying to trap me there. He's saying things I didn't say, pushing them on me, and then trying to get me to defend things I never said. You see that, blessed be He? And I'm just talking about the language, the actual words that are inside of the text of the Bible, and he just makes assertions and accusations. He doesn't back up anything that he says whatsoever. Now, maybe that's because he's really thoroughly convinced he's right. I'm sure that he thinks he's right. If a person thinks they're wrong, they correct themselves. But I just want to point that out so you would make sure to notice that. No, blessed be He. You can look up the words abracadabra in a Hebrew English dictionary. I'm not making that up. I mean, the word bara is a Hebrew word. It's in the Bible, create. And it's part of the phrase bara kada bara, abracadabra. We're just mispronouncing it. Those are Hebrew words. And besides that, Harry Houdini is the one that popularized the phrase abracadabra, even though in movies we like to bring it back further than that. Like people were saying it 1,000 years ago, or 500 years ago. They weren't. Or even 200 years ago. No one was saying abracadabra. And Harry Houdini was raised Jewish. And that's how he knew those words, because he spoke Hebrew. Try to keep it simple by believing in nothing. Well, if belief is unjustified faith in something, then yes, you shouldn't believe in things. Woo! King of Israel, peace and respect and welcome.
Has his light in life ever reached out and grabbed you, Richard? Yes, involuntarily, and I didn't like it, and I didn't want it. I was very happy with a big cruiser motorcycle and rum and coke, and building a business of home improvement and repair in a fairly decent sized town in West Virginia. And I was perfectly happy stealing from my customers by buying too much materials and then returning them and keeping the excess money. And I was more than happy to participate in infidelity in someone else's marriage. And I was a heathen. And I don't mean pagan. I mean, I was an anti-theist heathen. I really was. And then the Father reached out and grabbed me. Really did. I've done series on that, even did a paper on it. If you're interested, I would give you the paper. Blessed be He. I don't know. Purify yourself, Richard. You mean like stopping having meaningless sex? Like that kind of purification? Like stopping eating foods that are bad for me? That kind of purification? Like stopping my unjustifiable, illogical thinking? That kind of purification? And He did show me the way. You're right. And no, I haven't forgotten. In fact, it's the reason I'm talking to you right now. I wouldn't even be doing this. Anyway, I think it's perfectly accurate. I think that we're reading it poorly on average. There, I mean, I would say that there'd be no reason to make it and then make it incomplete and then go through a transformative process having just made it. And that's normally, from what I understand, what most people believe. Yeah, let me ask all you Christians a question. You know, because I still have I remember being an anti-theist. And I've got some actual really good questions that I haven't even heard anti-theists ask of people. If God is all powerful, able to just create things from nothing, why did He create a planet that then needed a transformative process of 6 days? You ever ask yourself that? Like, why didn't He just, make it and it's done? Why didn't He just make it and it's done and Adam and Eve were already there? Why do you need to take a rib or part of a rib or whatever, however you want to read that, from Adam to make a female, which, by the way, is genetically possible. There's even stem cells in the human rib. So it'd be a good place to go to. It's very shallow, not much in the way, no major organs, no muscles. No major muscles, no organs. Peace and respect, Halcyonic Kaiju. Link is in the top in the description if you want to come in. Oh, I don't know. I wasn't going to say anything, but perhaps if two of you are saying that it is true. I don't know, blessed be He. Have you ever considered what Mac is saying and what the Christian Carpenter is saying? That perhaps you're trying to tell everyone that they're wrong is just your pride. See, I don't just go around telling people they're wrong and just asserting it, which is what you're doing. I try to give them evidence of why they're thinking of something that is wrong so that they can be right. Not to diminish them, but because they're my brothers and sisters, and I owe them that love. Have you forgotten about His burning flame inside of you, Richard? He showed you the way. Blessed be He. I actually don't talk about that because I can't. And the reason that I can't talk about that is because I get entirely too emotional about it. The kind of love that I feel in my heart because what the Father has done to me, which allows me to have this amount of patience with you and other persons like yourself who are just being combative and not helpful. By the way, nothing you've ever written, I've ever read that you wrote was helpful. Nothing. I've never seen you being edifying to anyone or try to help anyone in any real way. Actually, you're a zealot and you could use it better. You could do better. You could actually help if you wanted to. And I really wish you would. I think Christ would wish that you would. Because it's not about insulting people and being better than them. That's not what Christ did. He edified people. The whole works of the Holy Spirit is edification. If you say something it's not edifying, it's not from God. If you're not helping, it's not from God. I'd like to see you help so I can know that you're speaking from God. Because so far you haven't said anything to help anyone. I wish you'd change that. I'm going to stop reading your comments now, blessed be He. Just want you to know that.
Well, why? Well, God would not have to make a tree to make a table. He could just make the table.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
No,
I don't know why there would be a 6-day transformative project of God if God had just made it. He could have just made it complete, as you said. That would have been just fine too. Yeah.
and I believe that he did. But you're still not explaining, what do you believe? What do you mean? It took God 6 days to transform. So when did he start that process? How long ago did he start transforming it?
That's hard to say. That might be something a lot closer to 6,000 years. But so far as the age of the planet is concerned, it's evident that, say, if I said, for instance, I have a lack of a car, and that lack of a car has a full tank of gas and 4 flat tires. Well, you can't assign descriptors to a non-existent thing unless you're creating a fictional narrative of some kind, which none of us take this as being a fictional narrative, so that wouldn't be the case. So when the text reads that the earth was formless and void, if you look into those words, if I were to summate, which the definitions are relatively broad in application, but if I were to summate formless and void, formless means basically without area distinctions, and void means specifically void of life. So the Elohim here are claiming that the planet itself exists, but it is without anything distinct about it. Basically, a rocky desert or something, and that there's no life forms of any consciousness or have you like that that they would be messing with in what's described in the next 6 days.
Okay. Well, can you flesh out what is it that you are trying to teach us here tonight? What is it? What's different than from what I teach?
By the way, the expression flush, not flesh, flush out, it refers to sending birds into shrub to get the birds to, like pheasants, to come out. Flush out. Flesh out is not an expression, except for it's a mistaken expression used by citizens of the United States because they don't know the history. Oh, that there's actually no argumentation in the Bible against science, as far as I can tell. Science says that the planet itself is very old, but it stayed very barren for a very long time. And I think the Bible is saying the same thing. And then the Bible goes through the process of transformation of the planet in the 6 days of creation, ending with us. And that transformative process is atmosphere, then water, then non-preferred or their kind of plant, and then his kind of plant, and then their kind of animal or simple animals, and his kind or preferred animals, which we would see today. and then of course ending with us. So that's precisely what science says. One of the greatest confusions I think that Christians have is the difference between two Hebrew words and which one was used. There's or and meor, one of which means a light source, the other means the refracting of light, or literally why we call the air atmosphere. Do you guys catch that? This is really super important because it's one of the atheistic arguments that are actually mistaken, because Christians don't read Hebrew. They don't even care to bother. They just believe their preacher on what the Bible says. Yeah, there's two Hebrew words, or and meor. And I can't roll my tongue perfectly. You'll forgive me. I didn't grow up in a Semitic language, in a Semitic culture. So it's or and meor. And one means a light source, and one means the light to things that you see. And we use light the same way as the ancient Hebrews did. Like I can say, oh, look at the light. Well, do I mean the fixture? Do I mean the way it's reflecting off of objects? What do I mean by light? So it's very confusing. And in English, we put qualifiers on the word light, but in Hebrew, they had two different forms of the word. Well, the form of the word that's in the Bible means lighting, things that are lit by whatever light. It doesn't even mention the light. So in that part of the Bible, in the days of creation, when it says light, it doesn't mean light the sun, and the sun appears at the wrong time. It's actually talking about the refraction of atmosphere, things that are lit, is because it spreads light out. For instance, in a lit room, you hold up your hand, and even though your hand facing away from the light, the underside of your hand is still lit, because light is refracting in all directions. So it's the word refraction or atmosphere that is in the text, not the light source itself. So then it goes exactly as science goes. Atmosphere, water, simple plants, more complex plants, simple animals, more complex animals, man. So I see no arguments there.
So did each of those processes to create animals and man take one day, or was it long periods of time also?
The Bible uses the expression day. Of course, there's been much debate, much ink spilled on what is meant there by day, and I expect that's the argument you would think that I would have. But exactly how long, I don't think that we can say.
So when it says God made the man, and then the evening and the morning were the sixth day, what did he mean by that, evening and morning? It could have been a longer period of time.
Well, evening to morning would mean night. That's what evening to morning would be. And of course, you're probably well aware that that's not a Hebrew day. From evening to morning is not a day, that's a night.
So when he said go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, so when he said it was the first day, the second day, the third day, in every case, that was not really the third day. It could have been the 10,000th day or 10 millionth day. So when God made the plants on day 3, and it says the evening and the morning were the third day, that was not the third day from the original creation. That was millions of years later. You say science is correct. I don't have any conflict with science, but the age of the earth, being billions of years old, is not part of science, certainly not established science. Sounds like that's the position you're coming from.
Well, I would hold that it's very old, but like I say, I don't think we have a rational number to show how old it is, but apparently much, much older than the creation days, and day 6 being the beginning of our understanding of things. Of course, when you ask me if it was a literal 24-hour day, I don't find that the Elohim or Yahweh reside on this planet. And from the perspective of this planet in a singular rotation, it'd be just slightly over 24 hours is what we would call a day, certainly, if it's always been at this present rotation rate, which I think it's always been fairly close.
So, but it's not from our perspective on this planet that it's being written. It's being written from a heavenly perspective. And now I have to ask the questions like, how long is a day to those in heaven? Well, they made an expression that I don't take literally to the letter of the definition of 1,000 years, but reads that 1,000 years is as a day. Well, I'm not sure what that means exactly. We know that there's a time differential between the bottom or perceived time differential between the bottom of a gravitational well and further up out of a gravitational well. So it seems to hold true in science that there's a different amount of time being experienced where we are versus if we were somewhere else. But what the direct ratio is, I have no idea. In fact, I don't think anyone knows.
In this theory you're proposing, when did Satan fall? When did Satan become a bad guy in your view here?
If
This is actually very, very funny. If a person knows the text of the Bible, he just asked me, when did Satan fall? Does that ring a bell for anybody? When did Satan fall? Well, how about if I ask you this? What was Satan from the beginning? He was there's a list there. Yeah. From the beginning, Satan was a certain thing. What was it? If by Satan you mean the serpent in the garden, then I'd say in the story of Genesis in the garden.
So how long was he a bad guy before he came down to be the serpent?
It seems that forever, whatever that means.
Satan was created already evil, you mean?
I think Satan was a liar from the beginning, yes.
He was a liar from the beginning?
And a murderer from the beginning, yes.
Right. Well, okay, in my perspective, God made everything.
Let's not just skip over that. Dr. Hovind just asked me, when did Satan become evil? The Bible says Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. Is there anything confusing about that? It's quite clear. It's saying bad things about the guy it's calling Satan, and it says those bad things were always true. From the very beginning, they were true. Bad guy. There is no fall of Satan. Biblically, there cannot be a fall of Satan, guys. That would make the Bible contradicting itself.
Everything, including Lucifer and all the angels and everything, in 6 literal 24-hour days. Later, he said that very clearly in the 10 Commandments. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. And then at the end of day 6, God looked at everything and said it was very good. So Lucifer had not fallen yet. After Lucifer was a good guy.
Actually, see how he just switched to Lucifer? But that isn't what he asked me in the first place. And that's very confusing. If you switch back and forth between names and terms, how's a person supposed to keep track of what you're saying? Well, it can get very, very difficult if you're conflating things. And that's what Christians normally do, is conflate the terms Lucifer and Satan. But I'm about to point out to Dr. Hovind why that can't be the same personage. King of Israel, to say that God made Lucifer beautiful in every way is correct. But if you tried to say that God made Satan beautiful in every way, then you're anti-biblical.
Good guy after man was made. And Adam and Eve were probably in the Garden of Eden for 100 years, enjoying everything, having a wonderful time. And then Satan got jealous of their fellowship up in heaven. And he fell from heaven, according to Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14. He fell from heaven because of his pride, his power, his beauty, etc., his riches. And then he came down and corrupted the garden probably 100 years later. So I think what you're trying to do is trying to put, so when God looked at everything and said it was very good, was Lucifer already a bad guy at that moment? And a bunch of the angels were evil at that moment?
I'm sorry, could you now here I get a little confused because the conflation, I'm trying to sort out what he means. Because he can't mean what he's saying. It makes no sense. Could you repeat that? I'm not sure I caught it.
So when God looked at everything he made on the end of day 6 and said it was very good,
Hmm.
at that moment, was Lucifer already a bad guy?
Yes, apparently.
Well, then everything wasn't very good.
Oh, everything here was very good, I'm certain.
Oh, you're
But
going to
all
add
that's
the add the
described
word
is what
here.
is here. What's that?
Okay. So you're adding the word here. So up in heaven, it was not very good.
Well,
When
I
God
think
looked at,
heaven, there is only good in heaven as well. But I don't adopt the idea that Lucifer was in heaven, as you apparently do.
well, Lucifer obviously goes up. He's the accuser of the brethren. He goes back and forth to God all the time now. So for me to get the verse that says he was a liar from the beginning, I would say that was from the beginning of that first week when God made Adam and Eve. At the beginning of the creation, everything was fine. And then Lucifer said they should be worshiping me instead of God. He was lifted up because of his pride, his power, his riches, his intelligence. And he fell from heaven, went down and deceived Eve, corrupted the creation here. We've been fighting that battle ever since. Someday he'll be cast into hell and then later into the lake of fire. So, yeah, my side's here. Uh, this, what you're teaching is commonly called the gap theory. Here's the text that you sent to Sergio. I'll use the term Torah. Let's see, my points of contention, Torah, the term bara, and not keda bara, which would be create versus create from nothing. We can go through all that later. J. Sidlow Baxter did a similar teaching to you years ago. This has been
It's interesting. He brought up so he must have read it, right? He brought up the very email I sent him, which explained my point of view and at no time hinted at the things he accused me of. Now, in debates, we call that dishonesty. When you accuse someone of saying things they never said. And I laid out my case in an email. It was just on screen.
This has been around. It's called the gap theory. I guess it was the best name for it. Ruin restoration theory, some people call it. They say between the first 2 verses of Genesis, there's land for all the geologic eras. They try to get millions of years in there. They say this is where the pre-Adamite rebellion and judgment of Lucifer took place. James Hutton, in the late 1700s, wrote a book called The Theory of the Earth. He said the Earth is much older than everybody thinks. And he put a gap between verse 1 and verse 2 called the gap theory. Okay? What happened in the late 1700s and early 1800s, a lot of people began teaching the Earth is billions of years old. And Christians panicked. Wow, how do we fit this new science into the Bible? Because up until then, people had added, anybody can add up the dates in the Bible, Genesis 5, Genesis 11, you're going to get about 6,000 years for the age of the earth. And so they come across this verse that you mentioned.
Actually, that's not where the 6,000 years comes from. Some Christian philosopher, I'll say that, I'll be as kind as possible and say philosopher, and several have tried to do it since, and they get about the same number, but it's hard to calculate the whole thing anyway, just because it's not intended to be calculated that way, and that's what they're trying to do. Counted the generations that are listed in the Bible. Okay, so what's the word generation mean? Well, actually what it means is the safe, adult, reproductive age of a female. Like, how soon can a female be born, is ready to make another one? How long's that? Well, actually, to be physically safe. I'm not talking about your morality. I'm not talking about your society. I'm talking about just biology. 16 years old. What's a generation? 16 years. Which is why some of you here are Gen Xers. But you're not 40 years older than the Gen Zs, which are not 40 years older than the millennials, which are not 40 years older than, what are they calling the new one? I can't even keep track. It happens so fast. So we all know that a generation is about 16 years. Really? Why did the guy doing the calculation make the generations 40 years? By the way, you start having babies at 40, you're unlikely to have healthy babies. And by the way, 2,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago in the ancient Near East, if you had a baby at age 40, the chances are is you're not going to see it to adulthood. You're going to be dead first. So a generation is not 40 years. So why the guy pick 40 years? Because if he hadn't picked 40 years for each generation in the lists of names in the Bible, he would have ended up with a ridiculously small number. There are writings older than that number would have been. And they're dated. And we know how old those writings are. So he couldn't say 16 years. So he chose something ridiculous, 40 years as a generation. No, 40 years wasn't a generation back then. 40 years was about your life expectancy back then. What, do you expect people to have children on their deathbed? What are you talking about?
You mentioned earlier in verse 2, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the argument that they made, and that you're making, it seems to me, tohu wabohu means unformed, unfilled. It does not mean destroyed.
Again, I never quoted that. I don't think it means that. He's completely poisoning the well in order to make me look wrong. By the way, blessed be he, in a debate which they asked me to come debate him, and they told me it was a debate. This is called cheating. Cheating.
Tohu is used 20 times in the Old Testament with 10 different meanings. You seek me in vain, tohu. He stretcheth out the earth over the empty place, tohu. So Hebrew language, I don't know how well you speak Hebrew. I don't speak much at all, but you got to be cautious. I think the King James translator spoke it a whole lot better than anybody alive today, and they knew what they were translating.
The King James translators did not know Hebrew better than we do today. It's not true, and I'll tell you why. Because today we have found many more things than they had found. We've gotten many more permissions to go and excavate places in that part of the world. There's many more people on the planet today that speak Hebrew because it's a revived language than there were back then. So we have better access to words, definitions, and natural Hebrew speakers. So no, the people who did the translation for the King James did not have more information. Simply not true.
Many books have been written on this so-called gap theory. Dr. Hugh Ross teaches similar to your position. I wrote a booklet. We can't find it now. Anybody's got one, send it in so we can reprint it, okay? This house is unformed and unfilled, but it's not destroyed. So unformed.
So he spends the next 5 minutes refuting something I never said, which he already asked me about, and I already said I didn't claim it.
Just means God isn't done building yet. From my perspective, the earth was without form and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. Now, in this case, it had been destroyed.
If you look at it through a telescope at night, everything just appears dark if you're not looking at a light source or something reflecting light. So it's reinforcing the idea that there was no atmosphere. Whether you read it, darkness was on the face of the deep, or you had an alternative reading there, which I found to be just fine as well, that there's no yeah, look at the moon landing, guys. You look it through a camera, you see the astronaut, spacesuit on the moon, behind him, pitch black. On him, sunlight. On the ground, sunlight. On rocks, sunlight. On the lander, sunlight. How is he got a dark background and he's in direct sunlight? How's that possible? It's because there's no atmosphere. So if you stood on the moon today, darkness is on the face of the deep. You look anywhere aside from the light source, all you see is black. That's all of space is black. Why? Because there's no blue, because there's no atmosphere. There's no refraction of light. Things are directly lit. In fact, you can notice that the things are only directly lit. Like you can't see the backside of things. They're in total darkness. Unless there's dirt reflecting light back up toward them. No atmosphere. If it's just darkness, no matter where you look in the sky. So I don't hold with gap theory per se for having studied such men as you've mentioned. I appreciate the compliment that I certainly don't deserve to be. I'd like to apologize for this part of the video where I got sarcastic. it was lightly dishonest, and it was sarcastic. And I told him, "Thanks for comparing me to geniuses I've never studied." The in the same room with, compared to the some of the great scholars that you mentioned, and even modern minds. But in fact, this was just shown to me in prayer, and I didn't study these people that you're talking about.
Okay, so in your view that you're presenting here, did animals die because they're made on day 5 for some of them? Was there death going on before man was created, before man even came? When God made
Well,
Adam out of the dust of the ground, was there animals out there killing each other?
were there animals out there killing each other? Um, from what I can tell of Genesis 2, there was every plant kept before there was ever a man on the earth, and before it had ever rained. So, since there's no such thing as a spiritual potato or tomato, as far as I know, those are physical things that need maintained physically. And it doesn't say different of us, other than we were put into the garden. And nowhere in the text does it say that we were formed of the dust of this earth, of this garden, only that we were formed of dust, which can be read several ways also. So I can't help but think that what it's trying to say is that heaven maintained plants and men during this formative process, starting with mist to water the ground, and then eventually getting with placing man. Okay, I was tempted and I read them anyway, even though I said I wasn't going to read anymore. And I found a genuine question. Maybe a genuine question coming from you, blessed be he. I'm not sure if this is a genuine question or not. You could just be being non-productive and not edifying, and actually not good in your asking of this question. Call his name, Richard. Have you ever done that? I've done it in private and gotten valid information that was falsifiable in reality and was true. I've done it in public for other people, almost as a performance for them, to show that it's possible to have prayer and testable, falsifiable, true in reality information given you from outside of your experiential range. So yes, I have called his name and he answered and gave me valid information. Blessed be he. Has that ever happened to you? Have you called his name? And if so, share your testimony instead of your accusations, because your testimony might be edifying and might actually help people, in which case you could do the Lord's good work with your testimony. Whereas you just constantly asserting insults onto someone is very anti-Christ. Yes? If you think about it, you're being anti-Christ. It's not good. You should stop. Peace and respect, Ben Abraham. Link is at the top of the chat. Also, Sandy, the link is at the top of the chat. Yes, Hashem, him of the recognizable name. I inserted recognizable because that part is assumed. Hashem, the name. Blessed be he. That's his name, Hashem. By the way, Shem, one of the sons of Noah. Precisely the same spelling. The son of Noah is being called him of the recognizable name. Yes, the name to be glorified. In it, in the sixth day, and that it was all very good. I don't think that has anything to do with Satan and Lucifer, which I find no reason to make into one personage or a singular being. Although I understand that is what you hold. I've watched quite a few of your talks, which makes the questions that you asked me of that part fairly impossible for me to answer, because there's like a kind of a mixed metaphor in it.
where Satan is Lucifer in your question. And that doesn't really make sense to me, because if that were true, then Satan would have had, in the Hebrew, ha means the same as the English the, and Shem is the same as the English name. So Hashem literally means the name. It's a respectful way for the ancient Hebrew people to refer to God without saying any kind of a name, because they thought the name was too holy. They wouldn't say it. Like, you would never catch an ancient Hebrew, or even a modern Hebrew who's compliant with the religion, a modern Jew, you would never catch them saying Yahovah. They just won't say that. They won't. Even though it's a bastardization and a possible pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton, you're never going to hear one say it. Go ask a Jew to say go ask a rabbi. Rabbi, hey, would you please pronounce the following? YHVH. Would you pronounce that for me? He's going to tell you no. He won't say it. Look, I'm going to spend the whole night just arguing with you. I am is not a name, it's a declarative statement. And if you understand the idioms, and for the rest of you guys, you probably never, I think none of you have ever heard me say this, so consider the following. To say I am, that I am, is the same as saying I'm continuously the same, right? And whatever it is, the A equals A. It's an A equals A statement. And why bother to sign? It's not Popeye. It's funny though. I am's what I am's. That was horrible. It's an A equals A statement. And why make an A equals A statement? I think the best way to read it is I am what I'm going to reveal. That hasn't been revealed yet. That's in end times. So saying I am that I am is I'm right now what I'm going to reveal later. So think about that. You don't have to agree with me, but that's how I read it. Had to have been in heaven and been good, come down to the Garden of Eden and become evil, ascended back into heaven and been good, in order to get the job assignment of being a watcher for chapter 6 of the book of Genesis. Now, personally, I think that would make God a fool, that someone could just flip-flop between good and evil maybe several times and gain access to heaven as they wish, just because they had said, I repent, I'm no longer. Okay, I was leading him, trying to get him to think about what he's saying. It's not really dishonesty. It's not really manipulation. But the way that I say this right here, I'm about to say, yes, I remember everything that I say. And I remember everything that people say to me. It's pretty wild, actually. Longer evil or something like that. And I don't think God a fool.
Either, for sure. But in Revelation 12, verse 9, it says, the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan. This is
See how he just, without even thinking about it, he inserted the word Lucifer into the description of Satan. It's not there. I mean, he quoted it fairly well. And here's something else I didn't get to say during this talk. If I say that somebody is old, does that mean the same age as me? Could that mean younger than me? If I refer to someone as old, does that mean younger than me? No, it means older than me. Check this out, guys. Here's a wild thought. The Bible, the Word of God, calls Satan old. God calls Satan old.
That old serpent. What does that mean?
This is one guy, same guy, which deceiveth the whole world. So there's only one. And I think I heard you, if I understood you right, you're saying that there were already men in heaven when God put Adam on the earth, because there was somebody up in heaven.
Yeah, the description of the Garden of Eden is a description of a planet, the whole planet, nothing but the planet, so help me God. And then it says that there was no man on the earth. Well, if there's no man on the earth, and the earth is described as Eden, a walled or trapped garden, a paradise, and it is, we can't get off of this thing. We're stuck here, at least for now. We've been stuck here quite a while. Then man was placed into the garden in chapter 2 of the book of Genesis. Strength and honor. William Freeman, welcome. Feel free to come in if you have time and connection. If man was placed into the garden, then he lived outside of it. And there was no man to till the earth. There wasn't one. So where was the guy while he didn't yet till the earth? Do the math, guys. He's not floating in the ether. We have this, this fleshy thing, and it needs stuff like warmth and sunlight and food, rest, shelter.
Heaven, they have a garden up there too, apparently, right?
Yeah, apparently plants and animals and ourselves were maintained off of the garden before it was prepared. So what was the other part of the question that you asked?
There were people living in heaven, and God picked one of them to come to earth, man, or I'm not following what you're teaching here.
That we're apparently maintained in heaven before we're put into. By the way, that's another poisoning of the well that he committed several times, calling me a teacher. I never called myself a teacher. Now, I am trying to explain what I think is true, okay? But I do not consider myself some kind of an authority. Not at all. I don't have that much pride. I do not think that I'm some great theologian or something like that. But what I was shown, I am happy to share and explain to others. And if it's true, then it'll be valuable. Richard, did you consider just asserting that Earth is Eden? Did I consider that? Well, yeah. I considered it. But I was so busy just like trying to get him to stop poisoning the well that I was relatively busy just doing that, which I shouldn't have had to been. I mean, if he just said the things that I said in the email, or if he just stuck with what I'd already said, and when he asked me something and I denied it, if he just accepted that I just denied it, instead of asking me the same thing several times, that would have been fantastic. But no, he kept insisting on saying things I'd never said. So blessed be he. I hope that you aren't just making comments and not paying attention. I hope you're also paying attention, because I'm about to show you that the whole earth is Eden according to the Bible. So let me see, go over here to the syllogisms. All right, so here we have the words that got translated into the description of the Garden of Eden. Of course, I left out the words that they put into the text, like conjunctions and things like that, like the word of. except where it was in the original language of, in which case I included it. Okay. But all the stuff they stuck in there for the King James, which is quite a bit actually, I left out. And then I listed the word. I listed the word that they translated, the word they translated into. The first word here is river. But the original definition I put right after it, which is not describing a river. Now, you could describe a river this way. You could, but does it mean a river? No, it doesn't. Sparkle cheerful is not a river. That's not. So here you go. Like, I mean, I'm kind of flabbergasted by this sort of thing, what they did to the King James, for the King James, and what Christians believe, which is, I mean, it's just really not there. And there's a lot of words they didn't translate at all, like Hiddekel and Ethiopia. And those words have meaning, and it makes sense in the story. It doesn't disrupt the story, it clarifies it. So here's the full list. You can go back to this later. I'm just gonna move on. And here's those definitions without translating. It's just, this is a list of the definitions that describe the Garden of Eden. Here they are. You can go back and look at that too if you like. This is accurate. I'm not making these up. I don't get to invent definitions. So I'm going to read it to you in English and with as little conjunctions as possible. I really worked hard to make sure that I didn't Englishsize this too much. Sparkling mankind to be at a pleasant place was furnished a potion to be hedged about for when the time is completed, meaning end times. People breaking through to exist, scattered, as in scattered away from heaven, scattered away from the person writing this, for the chief time in a primary and spiraling timely place where there is shimmering, that should read shimmering water, or let's say shimmering air, earth of him, and earth made good, and them there to be divided from heaven as a pearl, to be stones and family building blocks. The word bane actually means a family building block, stone or son. And then there's a feminine version of that same, meaning daughters. And the word for daughter actually means child bearers. And earth made good, and them to be there, divided as a pearl, to be stones and family building blocks, to be blanched, to build family of the recognizable name. There's Hashem right there. A sparkling duplicate, meaning happening more than once, of shining people to burst forth for him, as in Christ. He will surround the whole earth with blackness, outer space, so that him of the recognizable name will shine in comparison to outer space. You know, blackness and then the light, like the good and the evil. The cooperative will sparkle rapidly. This is talking about angels acting in the name of Christ, as he walks toward to project himself eastward, successfully making cheerful those sprawled out, meaning us, and making us, that's implied, cheerfully breaking forth. In other words, ascending out of the planet. Here it is as a syllogism. The untranslated Hebrew words in the Garden of Eden narrative sufficiently describe a specific kind of planet. The untranslated Hebrew words in the Garden of Eden narrative necessarily eliminate all kinds of planets except for Earth. Here it is in fullness. Untranslated Hebrew words in the Garden of Eden narrative sufficiently describe a specific kind of planet. Untranslated Hebrew words in the Garden of Eden narrative necessarily eliminate all kinds of planets except for an Earth. The Garden of Eden is the Earth. There you go. You can go back and argue with me on this later if you like. Yes, I've been baptized. Oh my gosh. Has a priest soaked me with magic water? Yeah, a Catholic false priest, he's not a priest, dunked me, and no, I think they sprinkle in that part of the world, in that religion, with magic water, and that means absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with being baptized. But yes, I've been baptized, and so have all of you, because I actually know what baptized means, and you do not. I mean, you really don't. I can show you that you don't. You think it's some kind of a ritual with magic H2O. No, it means to be not in heaven and on the earth and part of the people. In other words, every atheist has been baptized. But let's get back to. Are you guys going to come in? Did I put that link up there for nothing? All of you are welcome to come in if you have opportunity and good enough connection. Of course, you're welcome. Any and all of you. And if you don't, I'm going to torture you more with more Kent Hovind. That's what I'm going to do, because that's all I got right now. Yes, all your children are baptized, and so is all the Sentinelese. They're baptized too. My atheist dad had me and my sister baptized. That's odd. I guess he just wanted to be safe about it. Aw, peace and respect, Mac. Have a good restaurant managing night, by golly. Into the garden, after all, in translation of all of the words that you see in the story of Genesis, in the description of the Garden of Eden. By the way, guys, I'm doing this as a tribute to there being 930 subscribers. But what does a guy with 930 subscribers want? About 70 more. So if you've ever done something to like promote this channel through your other social media stuff, I'd really appreciate it if you did. Now, I'm not going to start showing commercials, but there's something about that 1,000 subscriber minimum that changes something in the algorithm, and then your channel can actually start to grow. Which things were thought to be names of places and geographical features, so they didn't translate them. But if a person does translate them, they find that it's a. I'm gonna leave about 3/4 of them out just to keep this timely for you. That it's describing a spinning pearl orbiting a light where there is clean air and sparkling water for family building block stones of tones of all of the tones except for greens of what is the word they use, onyx, which comes in it in your King James it just reads there's onyx stone that is good. Someone please tell me what's holy about an onyx stone. Anybody, any standard Christian, just tell me what's holy about an onyx stone, please. And from sardonyx all the way down to a very black onyx, that representing the skin tones of the family building blocks of the Lord, that would be human beings, us. So I believe what it's saying there is that the entirety of the planet is the Garden of Eden, and that would explain why we can't find a singular location for it, because it's not speaking to that, and it doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, Garden of Eden was in Lenox, Alabama. We all know that. But so, are you a Mormon?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, because what you're teaching is very similar to what the Mormons teach. I just wondered,
I wouldn't know.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so in your view, the days of creation may not be 24-hour Earth days. They may be whatever time you'd like to have them. And
No,
there was
not whatever time I'd like to have them. That's not true.
1,000 years.
Well, anyone who watches this who's a fan of Kent Hovind, do you see what he just did right there? I mean, this is not even anything close to my own personal biases. I'm going to back that up about 20 seconds. And I'm going to ask you to listen to that again. That the entirety of the planet is the Garden of Eden. And that would explain why we can't find a singular location for it, because it's not speaking to that, and it doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, Garden of Eden was in Lenox, Alabama. We all know that. But so, are you a Mormon?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, because what you're teaching is very similar to what the Mormons teach. I just wondered,
I wouldn't know.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so in your view, the days of creation may not be 24-hour Earth days. They may be whatever time you'd like to have them. And
no. Did I ever say that the 24-hour Earth days, 6 days of creation, are whatever time I desire them to be? No. In fact, what I did say is science has estimates that I don't think are actually perfect. That's what I'd said. And I quoted that there's experiential time differential between being in the bottom of a gravitational well and being significantly out of the gravitational well. And because we can observe that in reality and repeat it, falsify it, it's true. That really does happen. We don't even know what time would mean outside of a gravitational field. We don't know. In fact, it's miraculous if you think about it, that there's a 3,500 plus year old claim that time can be different in different places. Guys, think about that. The Old Testament claims that time is different in different places. And that's true. And who the hell would have thought of that?
And
no,
there was
not whatever time I'd like to have them. That's not true.
1,000 years.
Well, whatever time heaven experiences time at, whatever rate heaven experiences time, which we can't say.
So the age of the Earth in Earth years is way more than 6,000 in your view, correct?
Yeah, I think the Bible's not claiming that the planet itself has been here for only 6,000 years.
Okay. So in Exodus 20, when he wrote on the 10 Commandments, God said, I want you to work 6 days and rest one, because I work 6.
Have a good night, Sandy. Peace and respect. Come on, unpause.
Days and rested one. Were the humans on the earth supposed to work 6 million years and finally take a break? Or what was God telling them? Work 6 days and rest one because I did it. I think God set the pattern by.
I don't know that you're right, Gio, but you probably looked that up. You're probably right.
Days like we have here. This comes across as everybody better know Hebrew, or they can't interpret the Bible unless they come to you to get the truth. So you're the guru.
Oh, not at all. I mean, in the age of information, all of this is very, very readily available. And see what he did it again. He tried to push onto me that I think that I'm the only prophet of God. Did you see him do that? He's not just trying to trap me into some religion that he has argumentation for. No, it's much worse than that. He's trying to trap me into letting him, not even admitting it. It wouldn't even take me admitting it or agreeing with him. He's trying to trap me and get me to just not argue with the idea that I'm the source of all truth, that I'm the guru. He said that I'm claiming I'm the guru. I mean, guys, that's not honest. I mean, I trust the rabbis and their scholarly work over these many generations, that they have kept it perfectly word for word. I even understand that if someone becomes a rabbi traditionally, they have to memorize, recite, and write the entirety of Tanakh, and they have to have it word for word perfect, which makes their personal Torah and Tanakh worth approximately $30,000 because it takes so long and it's so very difficult to do. So I think they've preserved it quite well. And in the informational age, we can look up any given Greek word, Hebrew words. In fact, you referred earlier to the King James Version of the Bible. If you go to Strong's Exhaustive Concordance on the King James, you'll find that maybe 1 in 100 or 1 in 150 words, sometimes more, depending, of the Old Testament didn't get translated. They simply didn't know what the Hebrew word meant. So I'd like to take this opportunity to prove that. So here's my claim. My claim is, if you look into the English King James Bible, you are going to occasionally find words they did not know the Hebrew meaning of, and they did not have a translation of it. So let's go find one. This might be a little bit laborious. You'll forgive me if it takes more than 1 minute. So what we're looking for is you have a phrase over here and you have an idea over here, well, an idea over here and an idea over here, right? We're looking for one of those to be missing. There you go. How you like that? This word was right here, completely interjected. So it actually reads darkness upon. You see how they put it in parenthesis or brackets right there? Yeah, they put that brackets around it because that word is not there. So there's one of the opposite examples. There's another one. They just stuck something in there because they needed to. The problem is that when you put something in that's not there, it's going to reflect your bias. And that's why I object to it. So, whether they liked it or not, and they were trying to be as honest as they could be, I think. And I think they were, honestly trying to do a good job. I'm not saying that the translators were trying to be dishonest. I would never even think of such a thing to say. But just incidentally, like they couldn't help it. They were going to put some things in there that were just completely based on their biases. Kara Elohim Kara. It's a promise. So promise, the powerful angels promised. Finding lots of other example, the anti-example. I'm not finding actual example I was trying to find for you. Boy, I didn't realize how many of those interjected. Man, there's a bunch. Stubbornly, he went on, looking for untranslated Hebrew words. Oh, just FYI while we're here. So that's like the word that got translated, and these are like variants. So it's other texts that they found, like they used this one. Sorry, they used this one, but they also found one that said this. Okay, like that. So that's what that means right there. See, like this one, it was the same everywhere. Okay, so here's an example like I was talking about.
You say they wrote in itself here because it made sense according to what they were already writing, right? But look at this. It's a Hebrew word with, guess what? No definition. There's no pronunciation of it. There's no Strong's exhaustive number to it. Nothing. You know why? Because they didn't know what this means. But I can take this. Check this out. NSLATE. Paste. Look, we know what it means today. At him. At him. Did they have it right? No. In itself. Is in itself the same as at him? No. It's not. Seed in itself. No. Seed at him after his kind would have been better. At him, like in his way, or referring to him, is what it should read. Look, the King James is wrong. Which is why you shouldn't just, blatantly trust it. It's absolutely wrong. You can do this 1,000 times throughout the book. Ooh, permaculture is so interesting. Okay. So it's an hour and 22 minutes. Nobody has come in. Got 14 people watching. I hope you guys have shared this out to every source that you have. I'd really like to get 70 more subscribers. I'm going to keep whining about it until I do. And maybe the whining changes something. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Almost slipped into a little bit of Math Piggies right there. I missed that guy. Saw him a couple days ago. Now I'm thinking about him. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I guess I'll pause the Kent Hovind stream right there and get back to it later. Oh, look at this. A human. Peace and respect, Batman. Welcome.
Hello. How are you doing today?
I'm better than I deserve. How are you?
I am tired. I have a headache.
You're tired?
And I'm tired from work. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard you mention your work. Now, please don't tell me where you work or anything like that. I'm not asking that. But what kind of work do you do?
So I'm a IT technician. I fix computers and servers.
That makes
and
sense.
I can do systems administration,
This
administrative
has so much
stuff.
explanatory power about you.
And I also do printing and printing, proofing, and graphic design. So I'm the guy who can design your banners, business cards. I can design like props and stuff like that that can be built for events. So yeah.
I'm having a stupid problem that you probably could easily answer.
Okay.
With your background. Okay, so for my channel,
mm-hmm.
There's also like what they call on YouTube a banner, which is what brought it to my mind that you used that word. And I did the whole demolish doctrine, one word backward, one word forward, blueprint style graphics, hand drawn, but blueprint style.
Do you want to turn it digital?
Well, let me tell you everything I'm trying to do, and you tell me what to do, because that would be smarter.
Okay.
Than me telling you the wrong thing that I want, which wouldn't make any difference anyway.
Okay.
And I'm probably just not doing this right. Okay. So I was watching some tip videos on, how to make your channel more successful and stuff. And one of the things that they said is, in the banner of your channel should be a description of what the hell you're doing. And I thought, brilliant. Yeah. Yes,
That
there
makes sense.
should. There should be a description of what the hell you're selling. So I tried to add that. It keeps objecting to the size. So I keep opening it in Paint and doubling the size. Double the size, double the size. And no matter how big I make this file, which I don't even know if I'm making it bigger, it keeps saying, sorry, you're an idiot.
Yeah, computers can be like that sometimes. So 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 what I do graphics, but I don't necessarily do it for social media purposes. It's mainly
Okay.
for print, like those big billboards and like those graphics on store windows,
Mm-hmm.
or those big massive floor graphics you see in the mall. Like stuff like that is what I typically put together. Now, to address your issue, you're most likely not meeting the upload and size requirements for the file that that you would like to use. Um, in order for it to fit and look nice, they have specific parameters that you have to meet in order to upload your file, so there won't be any issues. So basically, you are being an idiot.
I figured that.
Yeah.
That's not a
so
secret.
so the goal is to find out the size and readjust the graphic to the necessary sizing, um, and, and basically re-upload it essentially. So
Yep.
you can shoot me an email and I can work on it for you. I typically don't do stuff like that, but it's definitely something I should be able to knock out for you, no problem.
Okay, hold on a second. Since we're talking about graphics and stuff.
Oh, Geo should know. Geo definitely should know.
I was about to
Um,
show off some of Geo's work. I wasn't going to ask him to do that because he just did this for me just to be nice. And I wanted to, sometime during this show, I wanted to show what he did. And I cannot even believe how much he got this cleaned up from what I actually have behind me.
yeah, Geo works
Freaking
with
amazing.
pixels, and I work with inches and feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. What does that look like? Your
Saint Geo,
video.
join us. Advertise your stuff.
Well, Geo deserves pay. The quality of stuff he's doing, and he deserves real pay. The kind of pay
Yeah.
I can't give. Really, most of us can't give. I don't know that he's ever got like actually well reimbursed for any of the work he's done for any of the several channels he's done work for. But I think it's kind of his form of tithing, giving back to the
Maybe.
community.
Yeah,
So
he's participating. He's an active participant in the global attempt to demolish doctrine.
well, I don't think he's doing that, but I think he is participating in the community and being a decent person. I do think he's doing that. All right, let's watch this. Shut this off. See if this work with that. It does. Wow, epic. Oh, that's smart.
That is dope.
That
Why
is
don't you
dope.
use that?
I just got it today. When do you want me to start using it? I used it the first chance I could. It's not even the beginning of a show.
Oh, okay, okay. That is
I got a little.
really good work.
That is. This little button right here does credit though. That is really good, Geo. You even put it in outer space. It's friggin' brilliant.
Hey Gio, if you're there, can you send him this in 60 frames or maybe 90 frames per second?
Well, he was inside chat a minute ago. He might have got embarrassed because I talked too many nice things about him, but
Right?
he was here a minute ago.
But yeah, Richard, I just
Why do you want it in 60 to 90 frames? What does that mean?
it'll play much smoother once you set it up on your thing. More frames the better. Well, in most circumstances, when it comes to film, 24 frames is ideal. Yeah, I think Geo ran off.
It went through a wormhole, I think,
Right?
and popped up right back where it was.
Yeah, that is so nice, and I like the little like sparkles
Yeah,
that's there. You know, I think
I like
Midnight would
that too.
definitely love that.
Geo replied, I used 59.222 frames.
Okay, that's good enough. It should play pretty smoothly then.
Right on. Look good to me. Okay, if somebody comes in, they can keep Batman entertained while, or you could just respond to side chat if you wanted to.
Yeah,
Whatever
sure.
works for you. But it's an hour and a half, and my cigarette alarm's been going off and going off. It's really starting to bother me.
Jeez. Okay, go do your thing.
I'm gonna go have a
I'll
cigarette. I'll come back if you're still here. I'll talk to you.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'll be around. I'm just the All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. So, okay, Gio, that those frames are pretty good. I saw you post the dimensions there. Is that is so it's a range for YouTube? It's not like a set size? I mean, I asked that mainly because with what I do, I have to actually like use a tape measure to measure shit. So, you know, there's that part. And I don't work with like pixels. And when it comes to sizing, I use inches and feet and yards and stuff like that. Whenever I put my designs together. And now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever posted or shared any of the work that I do, mainly because I don't do a ton of work at home anymore like that. And yeah, a lot of the stuff is just saved on the computers at my job. So let's see here. William, who are you telling to go wash their balls, man? So, oh yeah, so William, your proposition in the last conversation promoting isolationism, I am inclined to go with it despite the dire consequences. Um, mainly because I feel like the I feel like how the US is influencing the rest of the world is like not in a good way. Um, and so I think with that isolation, I think blocking the world off from a lot of the entertainment and social media um, should basically like I think that should be a part of the package. I'm willing to concede everything as long as I get those and keep it contained. I feel like I I feel like there's somewhat of a social, I don't know, like some kind of a social virus or viruses that's been going on, right? It's funny enough because you'll hear the term where things will go viral, interestingly enough. But I get the impression that there's some kind of social virus that kind of exists in the global community, um, and it's affecting a lot of cultures in ways that are not productive. And I mean, yeah, there's like, there's a good part of it where people can kind of experience things, other cultures can experience things from a different perspective. Like if another culture is completely oppressed and people don't have their rights, getting their rights, abused or whatever, right? Not that I think America should influence the people to do that. I think people should have enough common sense to be like, hey, um, you know, we should fight for our own rights and freedoms, with whatever that might be in our culture, and not being like a state of constant oppression. You know, regardless of whether or not the people are religious. I think they can have secular governments and maintain their religious and um, cultural standards. And of course, I guess it's expected that laws would be passed based on that. But yeah, man, I see the some kind of like mind virus that's been going on, and I think it needs to be contained one way or the other. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know how long Richard's been streaming. I just kind of joined in um, on some last minute shit. See who would be able to come in. However, William, I wasn't 100% sure dialed in into your last conversation with Richard about about the three powers and whether or not the Holy Spirit is one of those powers. I wasn't 100% sure of your position. Was the discussion about like whether or not the Holy Spirit had like personhood, or I wasn't sure. Oh, you're at work. Okay, that's fair. I don't know. Maybe I gotta talk bad about atheists or something to get people to join. Like if you don't come to Christ right now, you're gonna burn in hell for all of eternity. You know, stuff like that. God hates the gays and the people who aren't normal, I guess. Even though, for anyone who just joined, I am completely joking. That is not my position. Abandoning the Apostle Paul. I'm not necessarily sure why I would do that. I mean, if it wasn't for Paul, I don't think the church would survive or even last as long. I think at least from a theological and philosophical perspective, I think Paul helped a lot to stabilize a lot of the teachings in the church, and allow for a situation for being a follower of Christ to be, I guess, as uncorrupted as possible, right? Where, people, like, take for example, right? Like the idea that Jesus Christ, like, people would deny the deity, or some people would say, in order to become a follower of Christ, you have to become Jewish and adopt a Jewish culture, right? And there wasn't anything that was preached by Jesus Christ that to even suggest something like that. So, yeah, I don't know. It'll be pretty difficult to even argue for that, because again, like, even outside of his theology, um, even outside of Paul's theology, I think that his talents in terms of um, just just him knowing the book really well, and knowing multiple languages is also really well, is definitely useful. So yeah, just even based off of that and him having his connections, um, just yeah, he's too useful to abandon him as an apostle, right? To, like, not view him um, as an apostle. Hello, Richard.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank
Someone
you.
said, someone said, "Who is this guy? He's boring as hell." Yeah,
That's
I'm
blessed
sorry,
be he.
bro.
Just no, that's blessed be he. And actually, I think it's she. Um, is just trolling, and
That's fine.
unfortunately, well, just trolling is okay if you're an atheist. That'd be just fine. If you're an atheist, fine, troll, have fun. But if you're a trolling Christian, and the Bible says that all things of the Spirit are for edification, and you're not edifying anyone, then you're being satanic. So there you go.
I guess to be fair, right, I do speak in a very dry tone, except for those moments when I'm actually excited about a particular topic.
Compared to who?
Um, huh?
Compared to who?
I don't know, man. Like, I put motherfuckers to sleep with my voice. I don't know if it's a compliment or a insult.
You do have a nice sultry voice. It's true.
But yeah, I was just kind of talking about Paul from a utilitarian perspective. Um,
Yeah,
outside of his theology, I understand, like, everyone, for whatever reason, has a gripe with with most of the apostles for whatever reason.
sure.
Um, but Paul in particular, people are very, very wary of Paul, and I think part of it is because, well, he did try to murder, the disciples and stop Jesus's church from expanding, and
Sure.
he had to do a
Let
lot
me
of that
ask you
stuff.
some clarifying questions. What did Jesus do during the missing years?
What did Jesus do in the missing years?
Yeah,
Define the missing years.
you know, 12, he disappears, shows back up, he's a growed up. The missing years. What
I
Jesus
don't
do,
know.
man?
I don't know. Be human.
Well, the Bible says
He
that
was
a
in
high
Egypt at one
priest.
point.
What's that?
He was in Egypt at one point. He learned he learned the Torah. He preached and taught.
You don't know when.
I don't know when.
Might have been. It might have been for the last year before he started testifying. You don't know. We
Right?
don't know. It doesn't say. But I can tell you some things that the Old Testament says about a high priest. I mean, if you can call Jesus a high priest, and I think he qualifies pretty much.
Mhm.
It says certain things about him. He can't have a crooked nose. Can't have a limp. He can't have a humpback. He can't be gay. He can't be blah 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 blah. Okay, so here you've got this healthy, straight male. Now, the first miracle you recall is at the wedding ceremony, and there's no wine, right?
Yes.
No more wine. And Mary says to him, "Yo, there's no wine." I'm paraphrasing. What is his reply?
He was telling them that it was not his time yet, but he.
What does that mean? It is not yet my time. What does that mean? Anybody?
It's not his time to do his miracles and start his
Right.
ministry.
And what does he mean by it is not yet my time to start my ministry, to do my miracles? What does that mean?
I would say that uh, that's actually a pretty good question. I never really thought about that.
Yeah, I think about a lot of things that Christians don't think about.
Um, well, if it's a situation where he's supposed to be doing what the father is telling him to do, and so if it's if his thoughts and intentions is not one with the father, right? And the father is like, well, you don't need to do any of this big stuff yet, then I guess I could understand why he would constantly say it's not, he would say it's not my time yet.
I have another idea.
Sure.
It's not yet his time. It's exactly what he's saying. It's not his
Oh,
time to
yeah.
be able to do these things. In other words,
Ergo, he's going to be here in the future.
it's not yet his time to do those things. No, I think it's referring to the future anyway. And then suddenly he starts doing stuff like
Then he
turning
starts
water
doing
into wine, right? So
Yes.
that's a change. That's an obvious change. And I think it's from inability to ability. In other words, he was unable before that. He was not capable of doing it. Which is why you get ridiculous stories that aren't in the Bible, like he turned two clay doves into real doves, and he brought a friend of his that he pushed off a roof, for God's sakes, he killed him and brought him back to life. Just all kinds of these ridiculous stories because people want to interject that Jesus could always do miracles. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It doesn't seem to be the case. And oh my God, could you imagine like the power of God in Dennis the Menace? And that's what is described in those extra biblical texts as Dennis the Menace. It's horrible. I mean, it's just horrible. He's just a prankster, and that's what a child would do with the powers of God, right? He would do silly stuff that he shouldn't do, stuff that would hurt people. It would be like the movie Bruce Almighty, where he just like grants every wish just because it's bugging him. It'd be ridiculous stuff. Everyone wins the lottery. Congratulations, you all get 1 penny. So so then let's look at what happened to Jesus. Did Jesus learn about God from rabbis?
I would say no.
I would say no. Well, where did he learn about God from?
I mean, it's strange to say that he learnt mainly because he's supposed to be the man God, and
No,
if
that's
him and the
why. That's
Father are
great, but
one,
how?
it would be subconscious.
Right. It was a
It's a part of
personal
his
and
nature.
internal experience.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So he learned directly from heaven. He learned from prayer. He didn't learn from some rabbi who he spends all of his time correcting. That's not who he learned from. And that's obvious, right?
He did
So
do a
he
lot of
got
that.
directly, it looks like he got directly interfered with from heaven. Now, what was the first thing that happened with him once this happened? Well, suddenly he could change water into wine.
Into
He
wine.
could perform miracles, right?
And if you really think about it, all of the miracles he performed, specifically in the ministry, they were all done at specific times,
Mhm.
to highlight, like, even like, for example, you could have raised the dead of anyone, right?
Sure.
Right,
People die
but
all the time. It's
and
like
he
dead bodies are available.
yeah, right, but he chose specific people and specific times to, to raise, basically, i.e. Lazarus, and that was like done in like public. Like
And the teenage
everyone could
girl.
see it, and the teenage girl, right? That was done in private, but Lazarus, that was done in like public. And that was, I
Mm-hmm.
believe that was like the last miracle he did in public, right?
I'm not. I
And
mean, you may
what
be right. I don't concern myself with that.
Yeah, but for the purposes, when he performed that, that essentially accelerated his damnation via the Sanhedrin, basically.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not just
Yeah.
when did he do public works. It's not just that. If you look at it, what Jesus does is poke Rome, run away. Poke Rome, run away. Poke Rome, hang around.
Yep.
That's what he did. And the Pharisees as well.
Pharisees.
Um,
Yeah.
so he was totally in control of the whole thing when he was going to get killed. Totally.
Yeah, and I mean
And I think that's evident.
even his parable, with the the owner of the vineyard, right? And the owner sending the servants in, and them, the occupiers kept killing the servants, and eventually the owner sent his son, and the occupiers killed the son. Like, that was just straight up him telling them, "Hey, I'm gonna
This
I'm
is going to
gonna get
happen.
killed."
Yeah.
you know.
But there's a lot of times that there's parables that people don't recognize as parables. There's a lot of that.
Yeah,
Okay, but let
that's
me
true.
let me get back to Jesus's life. Okay, and I want to do the water and the wine with you just real quick. Describe to me water.
Um, you mean like it's a bunch of H2O molecules
Mm-hmm.
clumped together, in a, I guess, viscous way, not
Yeah, there's
frozen in
surface
liquid
tension. There's
state.
bonding. Yeah, they're
Yep.
stuck together, kind of. Sure,
Water's pretty sticky now that I think about it. Anyways,
it is.
yeah. So I guess, yeah, that's how I would describe it.
Okay, tell me more about it.
I mean, from a spiritual perspective, it is seen as something that could be used to cleanse people.
Okay, you can wash with water. That's
You can
good.
wash
Yeah.
with water. Um, Obviously, you can use to quench people's thirst with
It's.
water.
Would you agree with necessary?
Oh yes, it's
And
everything pretty much needs it.
what about the flavors of different kinds of water? What are the flavors of water?
I don't think water has a flavor necessarily. Pure
Yeah, water's
water.
supposed to be flavorless.
It's supposed to be
Yeah,
flavorless.
and color. What colors does it come in?
Unless someone decided to pee in it, no color.
No color. Okay, so it's flavorless. It's colorless. It's useful. Don't get me wrong. It's necessary. But it doesn't look like anything. It just, I mean, you can see it reflecting light, refracting light and stuff, but it tastes like nothing. Describe wine.
Mhm. I don't drink a lot.
You already
It
know about
can
wine, though.
it
You're
can
growed
be
up.
red. It can be red.
Okay, it can be one of
Some
several colors. Okay, can be
Yeah.
colorful. Yeah. What else?
It is typically it typically possesses alcohol content and
Mhm.
is made through fermentation
Mhm.
of the fruit of grapes specifically,
Sure. Sure.
and it can have a bitter bitter and sweet taste
Mhm.
depending on how it's made,
The
and
process. Yeah. Yeah.
and spices that are put in there.
Wait till you see how perfect everything you're saying is. Keep going.
Um, it's actually lighter than water. It's less. It has
Oh,
less.
interesting.
Um, damn it, less
It's more
tension.
buoyant. It is less dense.
Yes, it's less dense than
Okay.
water.
Yeah.
Interestingly
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
Um, I think
Tell
that's
me
all
about
that
what it
really
does
comes.
to people when they consume it.
Oh, so it changes the alcoholic content changes your brain chemistry or body chemistry,
Yes, it
depending
does.
on the consumption.
Hmm.
Um, it could completely turn you into a different person depending on your
Now,
brain
of
and
those
body.
two different kind of person, if you
Hmm.
had to separate them into two singular groups, what would you say the two major reactions, two different major reactions are to people when they're consuming alcohol?
They can be either relaxed or completely drunk.
What do you mean by completely drunk? Because you can be relaxed and drunk.
Well, yeah. So when I say drunk,
No.
you're
Two groups of people, they by body weight consumed the same amount of alcohol. They're both really drunk, both groups. What are the two
okay.
major reactions that people have?
The two major reactions that people have.
Hmm.
Um,
I went to the bar. This guy was drunk. He was very, and there was
belligerent,
this other guy there, and he was very,
overly friendly.
yes.
Um,
Go ahead. This is really important. This is
yeah,
definitionally correct in the Bible.
yeah, they can be overly friendly,
Or
um, uh, overly sleepy, um, overly nice, easy
you're
to
going only with
convince.
one thing. What's the opposite reaction?
The opposite reaction to what?
Yeah, not lovey-dovey. The other one. What's the other one?
Oh, they can be pretty hateful. They can
Yeah.
be very bad people.
Yes, angry and combative, right?
Yeah,
Guess what? You could have guessed the Hebrew words there. In fact, you defined the Hebrew words of drunkenness.
that's funny.
No, you're absolutely right. That's what the text means by drunkenness. Is that someone is being either very, very lovey-dovey or very, very hateful,
Very, very hateful.
and nothing in between. It causes this extremity, these extremes. Okay, so to summarize, water is necessary, but it's not flavorful or colorful or anything like that,
Hmm.
right? And you can use it. You can use it for cleaning things, right? It can cause like a general cleansing effect. That's great. Which wine is no good for. You don't clean things with wine, but wine is
Yeah.
very colorful and pungent and tasteful, full
Hmm.
of taste and flavors, very flavorful. And but it causes people to like go in basically one direction or the other. In the same amount of drunkenness. Me, I was always a lovey-dovey guy. I used to laugh constantly if I got drunk.
Speaking of
But
lovey-dovey, blessed be he is asking if you're married.
I
If
used to
someone's
be. I was married
interested.
for 17 years to a whore, and she's dead of cancer now. And I've been divorced longer than I was ever married. I got married when I was 19. She was 28, 27. She knew what she was doing. I really didn't know what I was getting into, and she never loved me. She never loved me. She just needed a paycheck because she had two kids and she was agoraphobic. That is, she hated leaving the house. She couldn't get a job or anything. She couldn't keep a job. All the dynamics are weird. Okay, so here's what I'm
Back to
saying.
the wine. Hmm.
Yeah, back to Jesus. Actually, not wine. and humanity, and what the Bible means by drunkenness, including in the story of Moses, including that. It's talking about the same thing. Okay, so here's what I'm proposing. Right now, the Bible, although there are the lovey-dovey people, right, who are just lovey-dovey people anyway, right? And the Bible right now is like water. It's not pungent. Yeah, it's necessary, and yeah, it's useful for like a cleansing process. That's true. But are people like drunken on the Bible? Well, not really. Sometimes they're kind of thinking they're drunken, but I think that's self-imposed. But the Lord turns the water into wine, and it becomes very, very pungent. This first miracle is spelling out what he's about to do in his argumentation with people. He's turning water into wine. What do you
That's
think?
fascinating, considering if I remember the tradition, well, not necessarily the tradition, the planners or the party planners, they used to serve the best wine right off the bat, right?
Yep.
And they give you the terrible wine after,
It's
everyone's kind of
interesting that
drunk.
that's in the
And
story, huh?
yeah, and then when they taste the wine that Jesus gave, they were all surprised
Okay, now
because it
tell me
was
who the
like really
servants
good.
are.
The servants was um
Don't
his
tell me house
mom.
slaves. What do the
No,
servants in the story represent?
no, I wasn't gonna say house slaves. As they say, Thomas was one of the servants, and his mom was there, and I don't remember who else was there. Now, what do they represent?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, if the story is Jesus takes crappy religion and makes it important, and he causes people to be at each other's throats, father against son, daughter against mother, and how he does that is by correcting how people look at the Bible.
At the Bible? Yeah,
That's what he does, right?
he literally did that. Hence his
Right,
continued arguing with the Pharisees.
right, right. So in the story of the wedding ceremony and changing water into wine, who do the servants who go and fetch six exact six vessels full of water for him? Who do they represent? The six vessels represent
Six
something too, and there's a
vessels.
reason it's six.
Um, that's I don't know. Are they
Well, do you
supposed
know
to
what
be
the
like
in?
oh, go ahead.
Do you know what the number six means in gematria?
No, I'm not familiar.
7 is perfect. 6 is short of perfect.
Short of perfect. Ah. So even the wine wasn't like perfect.
Yes, that's right. The jugs of water that the servants present are imperfect.
And him turning them into wine despite being tasting
Yeah, now
amazing
you're seeing it.
still wasn't perfect. Oh, I see what I'm picking up what you're putting down now. And when you relate that to the overall um, um, Bible story, right? The story will be perfected only by Jesus because and once everything is perfected, then creation will be perfected because now we are perfected.
This is part of the reason that I'm saying Jesus destroys religion.
Yeah. There wouldn't be any more religion anymore
That's right. There'd just be
because there
truth.
wouldn't be, yeah, it will just be truth.
Right on. Isn't that
Yeah.
freaking amazing?
Yes,
Okay, now
that's pretty cool.
that is pretty cool. Okay, so Jesus is directly interfered with from heaven. he didn't have an ability, then suddenly he does have this ability, right? And as soon as he has the ability, he starts practicing it.
Mm-hmm.
Peace and respect, Jay Pasick. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Jay, would you do me a favor? I'm trying to get 70 more subscribers. Would you do what you can? I'm trying to hit that 1,000 mark, and progress has been very, very slow and steady, and faster than I expected, actually. But now that I'm like at 930, that 1,000 is sitting there staring at me and bugging me. I'm sorry, but it's true. It's just bugging me.
Wait until you reach like 7,000 or like 699.
I don't know. There's a rumor going around that something changes in the algorithm when you get to 1,000. I mean, one day at a time, sweet Jesus. I'm just trying to get to the next step.
Fair enough.
Yes, Jay. Blessed be he is asking me if I masturbate. I'll just tell you guys, my life is an open book. I'm a monk, which means I do not put my seed in fertile soil, ever. But my body has physical needs, and one of those needs is relief in ejaculation. That's one of my physical needs. I'm sorry, and I do that 2 to 3 times a week, to be honest with you. And I don't think there's any shame in being the animal that we are. So there you go. Since you're interested, don't know why you're interested. It's kind of weird.
I mean, I don't know, man. Somebody likes you, Richard.
Well, blessed be he claims to have children and a husband and stuff. So,
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, and one cat. So, what do you mean it's gross? You're the one that asked. You're the gross one. I would have never brought this up. Turn this gross around on yourself. I think you're rude as hell for asking. And by the way, so do other people think you're rude, by the way. And by the way, masturbation has nothing to do with purification. If you think that it does, you're, I don't know, some kind of new age hippie or something. I'm gross for telling you the answer to your question. You're weird. Okay, so back to Jesus, and also Dirty Varmint, for that matter, and your comments on Dirty Varmint, which is what brought all this up while I was having a cigarette. Okay, here's the story of Paul.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't always a believer. And he did nothing for anybody. It was all very personal and selfish. And some of it was pretty damn hateful, actually.
Oh, he was
a
a
lot
very
of it was
hateful
very
man.
hateful. Yes, sir. And then one day he got interfered with, and it changed him. Who interfered?
It was Jesus the Christ.
Right. And how did he interfere?
He had a conversation with him that exposed his blindness, and when he accepted the truth, he can now see.
What does blindness and sight mean in the Bible?
I think there's a I think so that one is I think that is more of a I think he was blind in an intellectual sense. I'm not sure whether or not he's physically blind, but I think if I was in his position and I experienced what he experienced, right, considering my proclivities, I would be left in a blind state given what I've experienced and what I was told, right? Especially under the circumstances where that experience is a comforting one, right? So,
Right.
I think that blindness is more so intellectual and spiritual in nature. I mean, even if it is physical in nature, it doesn't really matter. But that experience
I agree. The
definitely did
spiritual
something.
part's the impactful part.
Yeah. I think him accepting the truth of the matter um, was a process he needed to go through, and ironically, um, as someone, I think he realized eventually that him and a lot of others like him, they they were purposely ignoring the Christ in that form that he experienced, even though it was absolutely
Fair enough.
mentioned, right?
Fair enough. Yeah, they
They
heard
need,
a voice, but they saw nothing.
yeah. And I think if
That's like
you,
saying half of an experience.
yes. So,
Yeah.
I think that's most likely that process that he had to go through.
Right.
Um,
And that's the part I'm interested in, is the spiritual part, not the physical part. You can be temporary
mhm,
physically blind for a time. Who cares? Why is that even important? It doesn't matter unless you're saying, supernatural God, in which case I guess it kind of matters, but it's not very damned impressive. I mean, personally, from my experience, my dad lost his eyesight for a month one time right after he got back from Nam. There was nothing wrong with him. It came back. Did I think it
mhm.
was miraculous? Did he learn something? Nope. He was just same old Walt Madsen with the same problems. Just he got his sight back. Um, so so yeah, the physical thing inconsequential, but the spiritual thing very important. Okay. So right after that, Paul goes on to minister. And what does he do when he's ministering?
Um, Damn, I don't remember where he went to first,
Let me give you a
but
clue. No, just overall. What's his ministry about?
um, a lot of his ministries seem to have been about reaffirming the the idea that salvation is for everyone and God loves everyone, not just
That's a pretty
Jews.
loving story, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
That's weird. And is he doing that in like agreeance what other people say or in correction of what other people say?
A lot of it was in correction, especially to a
Hmm.
lot of the other churches where they
Oh, the
were,
religious people is who he's correcting. That's interesting.
yeah. For example, his spat between Peter, where Peter was kind of cozying up with other Jewish followers, but
Hmm.
but Peter cringed at Gentiles, and
Hmm.
he called Peter out on it.
Yeah, Peter had a
And
pride problem there,
yeah,
right?
so that one is
Uh,
interesting. I don't think it was more so a pride problem. I think it was a cultural problem because part of the other thing that Paul addressed was the call for circumcision of the Gentiles, right?
mhm.
Um, that was something that Paul had to correct. There was no more need for circumcision, especially for
Well,
Gentiles.
Peter's talking about physical circumcision, and Paul's
Yeah,
saying that's not
so
necessary,
that's not necessary.
right?
Yeah. So
Because
a lot of his
circumcision of the heart is the one that
is
matters.
is the one that matters.
Yes, sir.
And I think the idea was that the circumcision of the heart would is essentially change your heart of stone into one of flesh, basically.
Or a heart
Um,
of lead into gold, as the
into gold.
alchemist used
Yeah,
to say. Yeah.
yeah, um, yeah. A lot of his ministry was corrective in nature, and I
Hmm.
think part of that is
Does any
because,
of this sound familiar to you?
oh yeah, Jesus Christ, his ministry was filled with correcting.
Here's
It
what
was
I'm
a lot of
saying.
it.
People say, "Where's the writings of Christ?" It's Paul. I don't know why they called it Paul. I don't care why they called it Paul. It's describing the life of Christ. Interfered with directly from heaven, had a vision and a learning directly from Christ, goes on to do the job Christ.
See, this is the interesting thing, right? Because I think the first time when Paul was, I guess, locked up and he was going to be killed, he was sad because he wouldn't be able to preach the gospel and um, even though the way how he looked at it is like, hey, I'm gonna go be with Jesus. I'm gonna be in heaven. Like he didn't like his focus was, as far as he's concerned, was a lot of correcting that was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like despite, as far as he's concerned, right? He's gonna be with Christ after he passes, right? But I think he exemplifies in a lot of ways a lot of the ideals that that Christ had. He went from having a heart of stone to a heart of flesh. He
Mm-hmm.
became more loving. He
Mm-hmm. Oh
actually
yeah.
put his talents for good and for helping people, ensuring that churches actually use their tithing that they receive to help people. Um, so that was just it's that's what I'm saying. Like I never understood why people were just not fond of Paul, considering what he's done.
King of Israel. The link's at the top of the side chat. Okay, so here's what I'm asserting very, very plainly. I want to say it very plainly.
Okay,
If a person is rejecting Paul, they're rejecting Christ.
pretty much.
No, not
Yeah,
pretty much. Precisely.
yeah,
They're precisely rejecting the most recent Christ. And it says that Christ is a job that happens over and over on other earths in several ways throughout the Bible. Here's one of the ways that it says it. To him, second person singular male. From the speaker's perspective, it's second person singular male, him. That overcomes, I will give to him, again, second person singular, um, as my Father gave to me. Then Jesus says, I am doing, during his testimony, what I saw the Father do before me. That is, the Father had a time of testimony. And it also says that Christ will be called Emmanuel, Wonderful, Counselor, Prince of Peace. Here's the clincher, Everlasting Father.
yeah,
Okay, so if it's saying that the Father is in heaven and he lasts forever, and Jesus becomes someone who's called the Everlasting Father, then they
yeah.
both become of the same position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reaffirming of what was the case before he became the man God, so to speak.
You're
Because
saying he
even in
becomes one person with the Father?
no. I'm saying
I'm confused.
no. Okay, so the term him being a son, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was something that was a relational position he adopted because of his man God state. Before he was in that state, he was called the angel of the Lord, right? So because there's a job change, and so a title change took place.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? So since he did the job, right? That
Mm-hmm.
he, the as a man God. Now, if you, for example, not to go too deep into Revelation or into
Which he's still
Daniel,
special for doing the job because he's the only one that can do it because he's
I
the only
can do
one
it
that the Father tells
exactly.
him what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's the only one that knows what's going on in the Father's mind in the first place,
Just
right?
wanted to be clear. Keep going.
Yeah. So after he did that job, the when he is now elevated back to the full state that he was in, quote unquote, heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
when he comes back, he's going to be coming back in his full glory, and he's going to be raising the dead, and he's
You
going
know,
to be
there is
pulling
a slight
everyone back.
problem with that. You know, there's a slight problem with that. You're not wrong, but you are leaving something out.
What's that?
Okay, he comes back with clouds in glory, and every eye shall see, every knee shall bow. Yeah.
Yeah, and every tongue shall praise and
Every tongue shall
confess that he
confess,
is every.
and
Yeah,
the graves will be opened, and the dead will walk again. I'm good with all of that. Now bear that in mind. Everyone will see as a thief in the night.
yeah. There's no more religion after that.
Well, what does? How can you arrive both on the clouds in the glory and as a thief in the night? Tell me that.
Um, I actually, so that's actually interesting. When I first read that, um, it what came to my mind was two things. There's a parallel that's drawn, right? Coming like a thief in the night means coming in such a way that is surprising, right? Um,
No, that's not what thief in the night means.
no, that's how I looked at it. I'm open
Oh,
to.
well, let's. I mean, that's part of being a thief in the night. But another part, the significant part of being a thief in the night is unannounced. Nobody knows
Unannounced.
about it in secret.
Oh yeah.
Well, how could you be secretive on the clouds in the glory of God?
Um, I mean, no one would. So I think, okay, so I think the idea behind that, and let me know if I'm overthinking. I think the idea is that
How
at
would I
that
know?
point, no one will know who he is at that point.
Fair enough. Hold that thought. Peace and respect and welcome. I'm going to call you Tog.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Or-
Yeah.
Okay. How you doing, boss?
Good. I didn't know whether to join or not. I'm like, I don't want to ruin the flow of conversation, so I'm like, but I'll muster some courage and join anyway. So here I
Nah, dog.
am.
I've
It'll
been
be fun.
accused as being the equivalent of watching paint dry. So maybe you
There's only
Dang.
can
about one
spice
person
things up.
inside chat. Only one person said that. Now they said it like
Yeah,
3 different times, but it's only one
but
person.
I'm always open to feedback.
Right on.
So
How's the father treating you, Tog?
As good as the sun.
Sweet.
All right, like as good
no
as the sun.
sunburns recently.
Right? No.
You know that whole sun thing only works in our language and none other.
Yeah, right.
Like what
I
what if I said Ben and Helios? Those don't sound the same. People are goofy.
I had a weird experience today. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead and tell the little weird experience thing, and then we'll get back to the text.
Like I had someone who was deaf come up to me with like two macaws or birds. One was a parrot, like a red one and a blue one, right?
Mm-hmm.
May not have been a macaw, I don't know. But it was the first time I ever had like a bird on my arm. It was some deaf guy. I guess he wanted some money, and he's like, take a picture with me and the bird. But he just handed me his bird. I had no idea what's going on. I was completely scared because I had this huge bird on my arm. Like, what the heck am I doing? This thing's gonna bite me. Which was weird because I was thinking about like getting a parrot or a bird, but I didn't think of like someone like just throwing one at me like that. Like the other day, I was thinking about it. I think I'd have to raise one from a child. But it was. I kissed the bird because I was so nervous and I'm like freaking out because I'm like, am I gonna get bird flu now? Because I'm like, okay, bird on my arm. Because the dude was deaf, he can't communicate that well. And he's just like, here, have a bird. And he's like, I'm like, what's going on here? He caught me off guard today. I was in
Wait,
Chinatown
did
in
he take the
Chicago.
bird back?
Yeah, I thought he wanted to sell
okay.
the bird for like $15. There was like a sign for like $15 or something on his shirt. I was like, are you
What?
selling this bird for like 15 and 20 bucks? Well, he had two of them. So I'm like, I thought he was selling them. Like, I'd like to buy a bird, but like, I don't know if I want to buy a bird like this. I guess
You
he
know
was
what a
taking
big commitment
pictures.
like a macaw is?
Yeah, that's like a lifetime commitment. You don't
Yeah.
play around with that.
It's worse than a kid. You
That's what
never
I
get
was
rid of the
saying.
bird.
I would want one from like a chick. I'd want to raise it from a baby. I wouldn't want like grown up one.
Well, you'd have to
I wouldn't know
bequeath
what to
that
do.
to a child if you did that.
Yeah, yeah, because then they have to pass it on or someone
Yeah, you have
take
to
care
put
of
the
the poor
bird in your
bird.
will. It's going to live longer than you.
Damn, bro. Sorry to break it to you.
I mean, if you get a freshly hatched macaw at age 30, it's the bird's going to outlive you, man.
Not
Chances
if it
are.
smokes as many cigarettes as me.
We'll blow the smoke out. Okay, help.
Right? I'll just
Okay.
hobble along. Anyway, I just wanted to share it. Sorry.
So, Tog, what do you think if I said that the apparent life of Christ and his time of testimony looks very, very similar to the story of Paul and how he was converted and started his testimony, and then they do the same stuff?
I don't know. I'd say it's a little bit backwards to some degree
And
because
Paul
you
is like
have
Jesus, not Jesus is like Paul.
yeah, Paul's like Jesus. Jesus is not like Paul because
Oh, that's fine. It doesn't matter
yeah,
which way you put it.
I would say Paul at first comes with the iron rod, right? He comes with the iron rod at first, but Jesus comes as a pacifist, and then Paul levels out, so to speak, in passivity.
Mhm.
But when Christ, comes back, it's not passive; it's aggravated, I'd say.
Actually, I love this pedantic thing right here. Actually, I love this, Jay Pasick, and I do the same thing every time every time someone says the Bible says. That just makes my brain want to explode because they should be saying the Bible reads, because the Bible doesn't say anything. It's not a tape recording.
Well, technically, you have audiobooks now.
Technically, you got audiobooks
Technically,
now.
yeah.
That's a new thing. People speaking the Bible, but the Bible still doesn't speak.
It
It
spoke to me. I
reads.
heard the words, right?
You have to like
From a
read
prophet.
it. Someone has to read it.
I wonder if someone reads the Bible anonymously, is then the Bible then reading to itself because there's no intended. It's anonymous author, right? Someone's saying it. It's anonymous. There's no. It's a weird one. Someone wrote it, but who or said it? I'm
And
saying
I've never heard
recording. I'm
someone
saying
claim that the Bible spoke to them literally. I mean, they mean it figuratively in all kinds of ways.
To be fair, there are people who worship the Bible, so.
Yeah,
that is
that's
true.
bad. Yeah, there's people that say things like, yeah, God intended it to be in English as the King James. And I'm just like, holy crap, bro.
Jeez. Yeah.
Earlier in this show, I showed how some of the way that the King James is flawed just because they didn't have all the necessary information. That there were words, they were Hebrew words, they didn't know what it meant, and they guessed wrong. I did that early in the show. And that they interjected a lot. I mean, a lot. Like, I'd say probably 15 to 20% of the words are just made up. They're not in the original text at all. So
I think it's.
and
I
I'm
think
not saying
part of
they're
it.
wrong. They're trying to stick to their tradition, but when they did the translation, they couldn't help but put their bias in the conjunctions and such that you can't help it because that's how you look at it. What's that, Batman?
Yeah, I think part of it is there is a injection of culture and I think
Yes.
that's part of the reason why the King James reads so poetically and indirect.
No, it is poetic in the first place in the original language.
Yeah. I personally don't like the King James version. Mainly, I mean, for the same reasons you just kind of listed,
Well, I
but
think it's a
also,
fine glossary.
yeah, if you want to use fancy words and I don't know, um, sound like you're speaking Old English or something. I don't particularly like. Um, I prefer the NIV and the ES something because those seem more direct. But however, I did download the Blue Bible app. So I will definitely be reading and attempting to learn what certain keywords mean under certain circumstances to get a better understanding.
Mhm.
Because at least like it's different if you have a more sensible, direct translation, right? Versus something that is poetic in nature, right? Um, to preach to people that sounds romantic. There's a lot of romanticism that takes place in the King James, which is I absolutely hate that.
Okay, on that, you guys entertain people or quit or whatever you want to do. But I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll be right
Ooh,
back.
what are we gonna do, Tug? Kids get time to play.
Right,
Um,
I'm eating in the moment in the background, so let me swallow.
Jeez, don't let Midnight hear you say that.
Yeah, right. I just said that like that's not about the moment it came out of my mouth. Let me spit this back up. I swear I don't swallow. I'm like one of those girls in the Bible that says I swallow and I done no wrong. I'm a good Christian boy.
Right? But yeah, I just never because I think it's Philippians 4. I remember like Paul Paul says that like he's learned to be content in whichever state that he's in, right? And I think that I think that's very fascinating considering the type of man he was before. So it doesn't necessarily matter what circumstance he's in, right? He understands, he takes it in and he's still content at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
Except for that maybe that one point where he was when he thought he was about to die and he was kind of upset that he wouldn't be able to preach the gospel anymore, despite wanting to be with Christ. Um, I think maybe that's one of his moments. But he made peace with the situation regardless, and you could still argue that he was content.
This is
You
fun.
know,
Yeah, in verse 17, he says, "Not that I seek the gift, but I seek the fruit that increases to your credit."
Jesus, bro.
Yeah.
That is so deep, man. Because see, that's the thing, right? Like Christians don't focus on the fruit that comes from being saved.
That's the hardest thing to grow. It's the fruit. It's the
It's
hardest
the
thing to
fruit.
actually to display and to taste and to have. It's hard.
Is it though?
I mean, yeah, not. I lie. Not in essence. What I mean is, it's difficult to maintain because in the Bible it does say those have tasted these things and they've run off the path having tasted them. So yeah, you can
Yeah,
still
that's
have a portion of it and then reject it. Like a
Yeah.
rich person being rich and then having like a crackhead addiction, and they're stuck in their poverty.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you can be rich, you can be poor. It doesn't matter. Money isn't the problem. It's your way you spend it, right? That's what I
Oh
heard.
man.
I'm rich poor. I'm like in the middle between like middle like legit middle class. I can be rich if I want to. I can be poor if I want to. It just all depends on the time of day, I guess. Time of week.
Yeah, and and it's funny too because I think that contentment. So so it's clear that Paul is the intellectual of the bunch, right? And and I think that him being the intellectual one was really important because I think the part that a lot of people don't appreciate was that around that time, intellectualism was like the shit, right? Like if you were an intellectual, right? Like you were important. Like it's bad enough to learn, to know how to read and write or whatever, right? But if you were like a genuine intellectual and you can demonstrate that, um, that was something that was prized in communities. And so now he he's interacting with all these different Gentiles and even Jews, really. Um, and he's having these deep intellectual conversations with them, right? But despite being that type of person, he was just always chill and humble and content. But I love that he never forgets about the what's most important, right? And that love is the truth at the end of the day. And I love that it's First Corinthians 13, chapter 4 to 8 or 10, I think, where he says, "Love is patient, love is kind, love does not envy, does or boast, it is not arrogant or rude." Like, you remember that, right? Like, I think that that type of clarification is needed, um, especially for the big brained folks. So the waters would not be muddied by those who would normally, muddy the water and say, well, yeah, but love is passion, and because of love you can do this. You see what I'm saying? Or this is justified
Yeah.
because you love something. Like, no, that classification is extremely. A matter of fact, let me pull it up and I'll read it out fully. It says here, love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It
It's
is not
Galatians.
arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices in the truth. Like, bro, that shit it is straightforward, but it's very deep, and it fully represents the type of love that Jesus is talking about, right? But I do like where he says love never fails, but where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. So again, I don't understand why people are not fond of Paul. Like, he's a big brain guy. He understands. His understanding. Like think about it, right? Jesus spent all this time with the other disciples, and it took forever, right, for them to really see who he was, right? And for Paul saw all of what took place, and he had one experience, and it completely changed him. I think the difference between Paul and the others is that Paul knows the scripture more. And so when he takes into consideration like Isaiah 52 and 53 and what is written in those specific chapters, like he there's no way he could remain blind. There's no way he could deny the Christ. Because he literally experienced, right, a large portion of what happened right there, and the Christ is like, who's supposed to be dead, is like there in your face. Like, what do you do after that, bro?
I would say sorry. I didn't know it was me. I said you just either accept it or reject it. If you reject it, it's probably because you can't take the heat from the kitchen.
I mean, sure, there's that part of it. Peace and respect, Trustee Ape. Long time no see, brother. Hope you've been well. Um, so again, like, I don't understand the animosity that exists, and and it's not like Christianity or salvation is for like only smart people, right? Like, you don't even really need to do a ton of thinking, really. right?
You know, I just realized something. In the next verse in 1 Corinthians 14, it totally talks about the whole speaking in tongues crap. Except there is a caveat though. When you're speaking with God, you're allowed to speak in tongues. But when you're speaking to others, it seems like you have to be understood. But when you're speaking to God, it's not required. So there is some portions to speaking in tongues. When people do it with God, it's allowed. But when you do it with others, you have to be understood what people are saying. It has to be precise. That's weird. It's a
Yeah,
weird
but
caveat.
the circumstances where it discusses the in the scene where like all the disciples are there, um all the disciples are there preaching and speaking in tongues, and they were filled with the Holy Spirit. Like people weren't listening because they didn't understand what they were saying. They were they were entrapped or ensnared, at least spiritually speaking, because these guys are preaching to them in tongues that they understood. Like if you don't understand the message, how the hell is it that you're going to know what the message is, right? Especially when the message is supposed to be like you. It's supposed to be for you, I mean.
Right?
So
Yeah.
it's I don't know. I feel like some things, and I mean, if you are preaching the gospel, God is listening. So there's that too.
Welcome back, Richard.
Welcome
Thank you so
back.
much.
So, like, if we were to like finish reading out where it says love never fails, but where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when completeness comes, completeness, what is in part disappears. When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put I put the ways of childhood behind me. For now we see only a reflection as in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. And now these three remain: faith, hope, and love. But the biggest of these is love. Right? This man, love, considering he was a hateful little shit.
What part of him was hateful, though?
He hated Christ, the disciples.
You think so?
Dude. Really?
Yes.
Is
Well,
that a serious question?
I don't necessarily think it was like a hate. I'm just saying, like I never thought of it like that. I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I'm just saying, like the man had a zeal for God the Father, and yeah, he's like how that's what I'm saying. Like he seems like he had a love. It just was the same type of love that the zeal that God has for his enemies, except
he,
the enemy wasn't the enemy this time.
he had
Friendly
a zeal
fire,
for the
friendly
Torah.
fire. Yeah.
He had a zeal for the Torah and the laws. That's what he lived by. That's what all of the
Okay.
intellectuals pretty much lived by then. And essentially Jesus most of his his preaching was against what Paul represented.
My question is, when he says Pharisee of Pharisees, what kind of Pharisees is he talking about?
I think he's referring to people who have um, the same tendencies as the Pharisees, like
Like to
legalists, for
be
example.
hateful and persecuting and
I mean, sure, but a lot of that is grounded in their legalism, where they
yes.
only focus on just the law, not even the the spirit of the law, right, and what it's supposed to achieve, right? They just focused on the law, and they even wrote an added a bunch of laws
Oh yeah.
themselves. So, you know, there's that part too. But yeah, absolutely. I think he was just referring to people who are of that nature because those people still exist today,
Oh
right?
yeah. Yeah. The
Um,
synagogue of Satan have not disappeared.
and they exist. A matter of fact, you can find a lot of Christians who
Who are
are
also of the
like,
synagogue of Satan.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll just say it.
yeah. But yeah, despite all of the corrective stuff that he taught and he tried to, essentially knock out, right? He his focus was just always on love. Like that grounded everything.
Right.
And to me, like what is the most perfect example of turning someone's heart from stone into flesh?
You take someone who really, really hates God and you make them love God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you love me whether you like it or not. Yeah, I can
Well,
understand that.
I mean persuade. I don't mean force. Like if you showed me like a huge amount of patience because I'm a jerk, and you were just always loving to me, eventually I'd give in and I'd quit thinking about you the same way, you know?
I think it goes in with that heaping, like, kindness heaps coals on the cold heart, right? Like that's the only way
It's
to put
true.
out a fire is with kindness. Because again, it's like you don't know how to react. You can, right? What do you do after that? Someone just treats you with kindness and you're just blasting them and all this other stuff. It's like, stop being so nice. Stop it. Dang it,
Maybe that would
God.
be their
Right?
reaction. Yeah.
Kill him.
But it's perfectly true of human nature. It's a great observation.
Yeah. And it's interesting because like being loving to people can frustrate some people, right? Like even if it's you're being loving towards them, that frustrates them. Um and it's funny, it kind of again going back to Job, well not Job, Jonah, right? Where God is being merciful and loving towards the Ninevites. Jonah not so much. Um right? And he didn't want God to to be that way towards them, right? And he was like so stubborn, like he just wanted to be left alone and die, like wither away and die,
Mm-hmm.
So to your, to the point, Tog, like even a man like him, like a literal prophet, picked by God, talked to God, did all that stuff, right? Like even him, he wasn't being loving.
Not yet.
Nope.
Gee, that sounds a lot like Paul. Yeah, I mean, what I'm pointing out here, guys, is, or what I'm trying to point out, not so well sometimes, is that each of the stories is a complete Bible.
Yeah.
And people don't seem to realize that you don't need to compile the Bible from all these separate books to have the full story. The full story is in every one of the stories. You can look at the life of David or Jonah
Mhm.
or Paul. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Now the
They
apostles are different because they're ignorant, and
yeah.
the whole story is about them becoming not ignorant.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, what what really pulled me is not necessarily just the different lifestyles that pretty much all of them lived. Obviously, they all had their own little personalities, but I love that um, the the diverse lifestyles that exist amongst them, right? It kind of showed that it doesn't matter what position you are in, right? Um, whether it doesn't matter, hence because it's being a tax collector, you're pretty much hated. If you're a zealot, you are feared or hated. Um, you know, um, being a greedy little shit, people, a money handler, so to speak, right? Um, people, these are positions people weren't fond of. Being a fisherman typically doesn't result in you being very educated on the on the Torah or just really anything outside of your daily
Right.
services. You know,
To say fisherman at that time is about like saying sailor 50 years ago.
yeah,
As
um,
a ne'er do well, a drunkard, uneducated, too damned uh, confrontational. Yeah, a
yeah.
fisherman.
And I think the one of the super impressive things too is the allowance of women in the Bible to do extraordinary things, right? Um, I mean, outside of the whole virgin birth, the story of Ruth, Moses' wife, um, um, Habakkuk, um, you know, you all have these women play really interesting roles as well, and I like that they participate. Even in even with the few, the woman that had a conversation with Jesus, essentially saying, "Hey, what about the scraps?" Right? Like even that little um conversation means a lot, right? And so it's not like this thing where it's just like a complete sausage fest, right? I like that it's a human story about humans, and it's clearly there to humanize humans, right? Because I think um, Christ has a Christ exemplified what it meant to be a productive, good human, and the fact that he was human, um, it shows that you might not be perfect, but you can aspire to what he is, you know,
And
regardless of your
do you
gender.
find nothing in the Bible that isn't just observations about human nature?
Not a damn thing, bro.
Really? Have you
Everything I
have you looked at the paper I wrote but didn't author on David and Goliath?
Yeah, you shared that with me years ago.
Yeah, but did you read it?
Yeah, I read it, but I did not. Some of it I didn't really understand. Um, and I certainly don't remember what I read 'cause that was like years ago.
Well, just for argument's sake,
Sure.
let's say that the story of David and Goliath is actually talking about our near solar system,
Hmm.
and everything that it describes in the story of David and Goliath is true in our near solar system. And the implicit chemical reactions, those chemicals are actually there. Um, how do you think that's possible? If that's true, how do you think that is possible? How could that possibly be there? I mean, when you consider that the telescope wasn't invented until the correct magnifying mirror was invented with Galileo, that we didn't even know those bodies existed. There is no record of the moons over Jupiter, yet in the story of David and Goliath, they are accurately described as the armament of Goliath.
To be fair, um, star mapping that's the term that I use to call it. It has experience for existed for quite some time.
Sure, star mapping.
thousands of years. Um, Now, I don't. It's a really good question in that we don't even know how they know certain moons even existed, right? Um,
Well,
you know,
they can't have,
that yeah,
but they
I
were right
but
anyway.
they were right anyways.
Right.
Um,
Like we couldn't measure gravity at the time. That's for certain. We didn't have telescopes. That's for certain. There's even an African tribe. I can't remember the name of the tribe right now. I'm sorry. I used to know. But they had an ancient model of the solar system, and it included Pluto. It included, and it's not to scale, because that would just be ridiculous and impossible to build. But they understood that there were 9 planets, and
mhm,
they called our planet the 7th planet, like they were counting from the outside
from
in,
the outside in, yeah,
right? Like from an outer space perspective. And they always claimed that people thought they were wrong for the longest time. Turns out they weren't. But they didn't know that. They just believed it based on their ancient religion.
yeah, it's true.
But how did the religion state it? And
Yeah,
it's true, by the
yeah,
way.
yeah. That part, I never explored that part of things. I
I mean, I
mean,
think it's a question worth asking.
I think it is. Um, it's funny enough because when I was in one of Tog's streams, we had a discussion about the God concept, right?
Yeah.
And having powerful beings existing and being treated like deities, right?
Well, of
And
course that would happen.
they have significantly more knowledge and power and access, all of that stuff. You remember, Tog? I don't know if he's still there.
Yeah, actually,
Um,
I'm currently reading Acts 26. You can find that same thing when Paul is talking to King Agrippa. And he's like, you know what I'm talking about, King Agrippa. Don't play stupid. That's why I'm speaking bold. Because Paul's a prophet. He ain't no fool to know kings, too.
you can read it. You can read it out for us if you want.
Okay, give me a second. Let me put on my reading glasses. Let me see where it's at. He's giving his testimony to about why he's there. He's like, in the connection, I journeyed to Damascus with the authority commission of the chief priest. At midday, O king, I saw on the way a light from heaven, brighter than the sun, that shone around me, those who journeyed with me. And when we had fallen to the ground, I heard a voice saying to me in the Hebrew language, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? It is hard for you to kick against the goads. And I said, who are you, Lord? And the Lord said, I am Jesus who you are persecuting, but rise and stand upon your feet, for I have appeared to you for this purpose, to appoint you as a servant and witness to the things in which you have seen me, and to those in which I will appear to you, delivering you from your people and from the Gentiles to whom I am sending you, to open their
To
eyes so
who?
that
Who is he sending him to?
the
A
Gentiles,
Gentile.
yeah, to open their eyes so that may turn from the darkness and light, from the power of Satan to God, that they may receive forgiveness of sins and a place among those who are sanctified by faith in me. Therefore, O King Agrippa, I was not disobedient in the heavenly vision, but declared first to those in Damascus, then in Jerusalem, throughout all the region of Judea, and also to the Gentiles, that they should repent and turn to God, perform the deeds in keeping with their repentance. For this is the reason the Jews seized me in the temple and tried to kill me. To this day I have had the help that comes from God, and so I stand here testifying both to the small and great, saying nothing but what the prophets and Moses said would come to pass, that Christ must suffer, and that by being the first to rise from the dead, he would proclaim light both to our people and the Gentiles. And he was saying these things in his defense, Fetus, with a loud voice, Paul, you are out of your mind. Your great learning is driving you out of your mind. But Paul said, I am not out of my mind, most excellent Fetus, but I am speaking true and rational words. For the king knows about these things, and I speak boldly. For I am persuaded none of these things have escaped his notice. For this has not been done in a corner. King Agrippa, do you believe that the prophets? I know that you believe. And Agrippa said to Paul, in short time, would you persuade me to be a Christian? And Paul said, whether short or long, I would to God that, but I would to God that not only you, but also all those who hear me this day might become such as I am, except for these chains. And then the king rose, and the governor and Bernice.
That's a good place to stop right
Alright.
there. That's really the end of it, and then the scene changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. This man could have been freed if he not appealed to Caesar.
Yeah. So all that. And I want to address side chat just a little bit for just a minute here. Jay Pasick, according to Jill, I was never a Christian. I'm sure you know that's a no true Scotsman fallacy. You also wrote, Jay, and here's why I'm interested in you, Jay. I think you're bright enough to get this. And I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. I think you're plenty bright enough. And you're
Would love
actually in a
that.
position above probably pi 3.14 and probably in a position above blessed be he as well. Because you don't have this emotional attachment to the preconceived notions and presuppositions and traditions of Christianity. So I propose to you. You wrote, I believe a lot of things, but I don't know that the God of the Bible exists. Fair enough. Person should have evidence. Or that the God of the Bible is creator of humanity. That's a misquote. It doesn't say that in the Bible that God created mankind. It simply doesn't say that. It says Elohim, a plural of powerful beings. And by the way, if you look into that word, there is no designation as to whether or not it's benevolent or malevolent. It doesn't say that. It just says powerful beings. The word Elohim could have been used to describe a king of the land or the family that is in charge of the land because it's plural. Eloach could be the king. Okay? So, first of all, the Bible doesn't claim that. That's the first problem I would have with it. And in your prior statement that you want proof is perfectly rational. I'm offering proof. I really am. And you could start experiencing successful prayer. All it takes is a little bit of conceptual understanding and a little bit of practice of defeating your own imagination, which I say little practice, but let me tell you, that's hard. And you definitely could have valid information, falsifiable in reality, true in reality, from outside of your experience range, which indicates that you had communication. It's totally possible. You can do it. Any of you can. And Christians normally refuse to. Maybe present company excluded. But I've yet to meet a Christian that if I ask, did you open the Bible and read the first line and ask God what it meant? They'll say, no, they never did. Well, why didn't you? Demolished Doctrine. I was making that claim assuming Pi's position, like a lot of Christians, that God is the creator of everything. Yes, it is a Christian position. You're right. It's just not justifiable in the Bible, is what I'm saying. So if it's ever part of your argument that we don't have evidence that God created all things, well, that's fine, because it's not even claimed in the Bible. I'm just saying. Sorry, guys. I mean, and maybe delusionally. Okay, maybe I'm delusional. I have a lot of hope for Jay and his brother and everyone else who's fairly bright, by the way. And for those who are relatively dull, I go, well, I think they'll probably have to wait and see things. But information can be falsifiable in reality, and is evidence demanding that a certain intelligence authored whatever claim, and if that claim is declaring the existence of ideas that the people at the time simply could not have had, and yet is falsifiable and true in reality, it shows an intellect above the experiential range of the people of the time that it was written. Now, that simply is proof. It just is, whether a person like it or not. That word waters right there is mayim. Mayim does not mean waters. That's a bad translation. It means juice, like fruit juice or even human juice. In fact, Jusinius shows in his research that it shows a kinship, a brotherhood. And we have a derivation of the word mayim, which means juice, which can include semen, and most importantly does include semen rather than fruit juice or a cup of water or some other small amount of liquid. That we have an expression that says blood is thicker than water. And what does that mean? Your closer kin are more important than your distant kin. It's blood and water. That's why we have that expression. And I'll let it rest there. Well, that's pretty good philosophy right here and here and here, right there. That's fine, Jay. But it's not the depth of it. I mean, you're not wrong, but it's not the depth of it. And you're actually referring to a different religion using the word water a different way, like the chaos. And although humans are chaotic, the word mayim means people. And then the Bible says so in no uncertain terms, defining the word waters, overly pluralized, by the way, meaning that there's lots of separate ones. Unlike a large body of water, there is no large amount of separate waters in a single body of water. Go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say, did I hear you mention the blood is thicker than water?
Yeah, that's that expression we have right there, which you already know means your close kin are more important than your distant kin. Or
No, it's not what it means.
What does it mean?
It's some of the quotes. It's some of the blood thicker than water, but the it's not a complete quote. It's about the covenant being better, the covenant of faith being stronger than those of your blood. Essentially, it's seeing like instead of putting it in covenant terms, because the bonds of covenant are stronger than the family ties. Essentially, is what it's saying. So it's like saying the friendships that you make matter than sometimes the family that you have. Essentially, but yeah, it's not a complete quote. It's talking about covenant and bond ties being stronger than familiar ties. Than full quote.
That read water is thicker than blood?
It's not a full quote. I don't know the exact full quote. I just know it's only half. Like modern day people only quote half the quote. It's a misquote because it's only half of the full quote, and it's talking about how covenantal bonds are stronger than familiar bonds, which actually tends to be true. Believe it or not, in more cases.
So I employed an AI, and it printed out the following. The phrase blood is thicker than water has multiple origins and meanings, 12th century Germany. A similar phrase, I also hear it said that kin blood is not spoiled by water, appears in a 12th century Heidelberg manuscript. Jacob Grimm suggests this phrase means that family bonds are not erased by baptism. And 1412. In his epic poem Troy Book, English priest John Lydgate wrote, "For naturally blood will be of kind, drawn to blood where he might find it." In 1789, John Moore's novel Zaluco includes the phrase, "So you see there is little danger of my forgetting them and far less blood relations, for surely blood is thicker than water." 1815, Scottish novelist Sir Walter Scott is often credited with the phrase current form, which appears in his novel by Guy Mannering. The phrase is an idiom that means people are related, have stronger obligations to each other than people outside of the family. However, the original meaning may be the opposite of how it's used today. In the idiom, blood represents the strong relationship shared with relatives, while water represents the weaker connection with people who aren't related by blood. I had it right.
Oh, I didn't know you were just looking to be right. Oh, wow. Who would have thought?
What, you want to be wrong?
Yeah.
You try to be wrong? What are you suggesting?
I mean, if you have a problem with being wrong, then how are you ever going to be right?
Everyone should have a problem with being wrong.
No one should have a problem with being wrong because the
Dude, your
moment you get
argument is
turned
bad
wrong,
thinking. Stop it.
you get turned right because you get
Your- your-
corrected. It's better off
Your
being
argument
wrong.
is bad thinking, and you should stop. It's not wrong to want to be right. It's a good thing.
I think it's wrong. What I'm saying.
It's
I think
wrong
the
to
pride
want to be
cometh.
right.
It's come one of those pride comes before the fall. If all
didn't
your
think- it's not
argument
my
is just to be
pride.
right, then
It's
that's
not my pride. I looked it
prideful.
up with the possibility that I could be wrong. But I'd like to be right, and I would have taken correction if it corrected me. Why won't you?
Well, you're looking
wanna
up
talk
an
about a
AI
pride
thing, to be
problem.
honest.
It,
And then
it
you're putting your
surveys the
faith in the
entire
machine.
internet and comes up with the most popular answers. What's the problem with that?
I mean, you're just putting your faith in a toy. There's nothing wrong with
Look,
that, but if you want to.
I just typed in the phrase and hit enter. I didn't tell it what to think. I didn't guide its answer
Well, I'm not
whatsoever.
making
In
any
fact, it auto
argument.
filled most of it. I only got to write blood is thicker, and it filled in the rest, and I just hit enter. And it sounds like you have the pride problem, not me.
Well, everyone does, don't they?
I try
I mean-
not to. I want to not to.
You should take pride in being right.
No. Well, it
Shouldn't
depends on
you?
what you mean by how you using the word pride, maybe.
Well, there you go.
What do you mean, there you go? I asked you a question.
Depends on the context, like you said.
How do you mean the word pride?
Prideful.
Okay. If you do a good job of fixing a car
Right, prideful.
and that made it safe for your family to use and you're happy with that, is that wrong?
Yeah. No, it isn't.
That's wrong.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
You're agreeing with me what?
I said yeah, but I said I meant, and then I'm agreeing with you.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you have a false sense of pride, which is really what we're talking about here, where a person's like unwilling to learn because they're absolutely sure they're right no matter what, that would be a bad thing, right? So which pride are you using there?
Which pride am I
Because
using?
I
I'm
want
using
to
the
be
first
corrected.
one.
Because I want to be corrected, and when I do a good job, I'm not ashamed of it. So you could say I'm proud when I do a good job. I'm happy with that. That's fine, but I don't think that's sinful
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with sin.
or separating from God
Yeah, I don't think
or
so
wrong. Oh, okay. So which pride were you using there?
either. I already obviously you have a listening problem. I told you it was the first
No,
one.
I don't have a listening problem. I just want you to say it again,
Oh, you want me to expound it more?
if you like.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. So I didn't see anything of what you spoke of in the phrase blood is thicker than water in any of those sources.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's not even my own saying. Again, it's just like yours. Just whatever we learn, isn't it?
Yeah, which is often wrong.
Yeah, which means that we're never actually right or wrong. It's because it's other people who are right or wrong.
Well, that could be true. But I think it's still a good idea to investigate things like I bothered to look it up when you said it.
Right. I wouldn't
Okay.
deny that. Right.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know why you started getting accusatory in the first place. I just don't know.
Well, I wasn't.
Okay, it sounded that way to me. When you said, "Oh, you just want to be right," like there's something wrong with wrong. You know, Ace Theo pulled that bullshit on me one time. Oh, you just want to be right. I'm like, do you want to be wrong?
Oh,
The hell
two
kind of a
witnesses. It
thought
must
was
be true
that?
then.
Just, well, I mean, who the
A
hell
joke,
wants to
it's
be
joking.
wrong? What's wrong with wanting to be right?
I'm
That's
so
a dumb
confused by
argument.
this conversation right now.
I know.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee real quick.
Like, who the hell aims to be wrong?
People that are always
Why?
right.
Why would you even do that? Well, they want to be right, even if they are wrong.
I
People
mean,
wanna
it
be
all
right,
depends
right?
on what they're right about.
Well, whatever. That's
I mean,
my child.
right, there are some
I'm right.
things. Right, there are some things you want to be right about, some things you don't, and then when you're right about the things you don't want to be right about, that's the worst of it, right? When you're right,
Wait,
when you
you're-
don't want to be right. You remember when people say like, "I hate it when I'm right"? You ever heard that colloquial.
I've heard people say it, but always as a
Yeah.
joke or sarcasm or something. Or do you mean like they're perceiving something that will be very negative, and they'd rather be wrong about the negative thing, but then they find they're right about the negative thing? Is that what you mean?
Right. Yeah. Like the
Oh,
gift of
okay, sure.
Prometheusm, like Prometheus, the foresight gift. That's what I meant. I said Prometheusm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
I
foresight.
can totally agree with that. Yeah, that. But they don't really want to be wrong. They want the thing to not happen.
Right.
That's what they're really saying. Sweetheart, if you keep skating on that lake in this temperature, there's a good chance the ice is going to crack and you're going to fall through. And you'd rather they don't fall through. You're trying to prevent that. But you don't want to be wrong. You want them to be safe. So it's an expression I can see saying it that way, but I don't think people mean it literally. People don't want to be wrong. Why are we talking about this?
It jumped ship, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tangent we don't really need. Really rather you guys
Really
were
don't.
talking, I was talking about the Bible.
Right. Let's get back to that. Sorry for the derailment, though. I heard something. ADHD took off, so let's just take it off as that.
I was completely unaware that you have that issue.
I have many
not at
issues.
all
I tend to make
unaware.
it other people's problems as well.
This is really interesting. Jay, just to show you that I'm not doing this, as an example of how I'm not trying to make the text conform to reality. Many Christians think that the word unicorn in the Bible, which is it's translated that way 9 times, but it does mean unicorn. Yeah, a horse with a single horn, incidentally, with wings. The unicorn of the Bible has to have wings as well. And a lot of people say this. Guess what? Pi 3.14, etc. You're wrong. And I can prove you biblically that you're wrong. Here's how I'm going to do it. One of the mentions of unicorn is talking about the trees of Lebanon, that they will skip like a unicorn. So there's a world, I mean, like just a huge catastrophe. Giant trees are rooted up and they're boom, 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 skipping. Guess what does that? Hooved animals, like Bambi. I've seen cattle do it. Goats will do it. Sheep will do it. All kinds of clothed animals will dance. Pigs do it. They dance as soon as they can. Rhinos don't do that.
Actually, that's a really good point. I've never seen a rhino actually tackle like a tree. I've seen elephants
No.
do it, bovines, and
Tackle
even
a tree. No,
goats.
the point isn't that the animal tackles a tree. The point is the tree acts like the animal.
Oh, okay.
That the cedars of Lebanon will skip like a unicorn.
Okay, gotcha.
If you can imagine a tree flipping end for end and like almost a pole vaulting stick without a pole vaulter, something like that. Is what's being described. And if you look at extreme cases, we have seen trees skip a little bit like that, and they really will in crazy enough weather. You can catch it in some film footage of like severe hurricanes and tornadoes. But it takes some pretty crazy wind to do it. But it says the trees of Lebanon, which are big cedars, will skip like a unicorn, right? But the word unicorn there implicitly says that unicorns skip. Well, soft-footed animals don't do that their whole lives. They just don't. And only cloven animal, herd type animals, or solid hooved animals. I can say hooved animals do that. And like all of them, it doesn't even matter which one you mention. If it has a hoof, one of the first things it's going to do as soon as it can walk is start skipping. They really do. And every once in a while, as adults, they will, just for fun.
Yeah, that's true.
But you'll never see a rhinoceros do that. Elephants don't do that. Even babies, they don't skip. They just don't. I don't know why. So I go out on a limb, and I'm not trying to say as an example of me not trying to justify the Bible like everybody does. I think when it says a unicorn, it means a flipping unicorn. That's what it means. Now, do we have any of those here? No, we don't have one. We don't have the remains of one. No evidence at all on the planet of a unicorn. No evidence. However, does that mean it doesn't exist? Well, it means it doesn't exist here. Great. Tell me about every animal throughout the universe on every planet that has animals. Tell me all about all those.
I don't know, man. There are millions of animals that existed, millions of species that existed and died, and we have no idea that they existed. Um, and so, for all we know, like unicorns was probably a thing. We just have not. I mean, we just have not just found any evidence of
But
them.
they just didn't happen to
Well,
fossilize any of them.
I
Yeah.
was I could
Fair
get the
enough.
whole.
Yeah, no fossils or anything like that.
What I was gonna say, I think this is a something maybe paleontologists might agree with me a little bit on this. So we're talking about an animal, right? When it comes to the unicorn, now most people say it's a rhino. Now, people are often picturing an adult rhino. But if we look at like a younger species, like the younger rhinos, when they're born, they only have the one horn that's sprouting. The second one isn't developing yet. So in referencing, they're out there in the wilds and they see baby rhinos with only their one horns. And when you're talking about the baby rhinos and the unicorns, the one horns, because the youngins, and that's like the slang term for the baby rhinos, is the
Mhm.
unicorns because they're only with the one horns. And you see them running about being babies because they're infant. What infant isn't going to run, enjoy, and have fun? And they're to them, skipping, running, and jumping are going to be like the same things. They're frolicking. They're having play.
I'm not
And
saying they
that's
don't
to like
frolic or have
this.
play.
Right, I'm just
I mean,
saying
as
that
Harper Blues
it's
point out, dogs and cats do too.
right, yeah. The whole
But it's not the
swaying
same
with
thing.
the Lebanon trees and the message that's being considered there. I'm just saying,
I'm not saying
it
those
might just be
animals
talking
don't
about it. Yeah.
play. They even jump around, but they don't do the skippy thing, like Bambi does, like white-tailed deer do, like all the hoofed animals. You can
I think
literally
you
watch
should.
them skipping.
Yeah, you can look at baby rhinos right now and see them jump and enjoy and do a little hop
Find me
skip. I'm
some.
serious. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Here's a video. I'll put it in a private chat.
I'm not saying
That's
they don't
cute.
play and they don't have fun, but I don't think they
Yeah,
throw
watch
their
the whole
feet
thing.
up in the air in like a skipping thing. I don't think they
You'll
do
see
that.
one little. You'll see one little skip. Like I said, it has like the moment you said that, it did about like the 30-second. It's only a minute long. The whole video. It's not that long at all. It's just to watch.
Hey, everybody
Yeah.
in the side chat and in the panel too. What's the name of that horse? That high stepping horse? It's a something walker.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I do not know the name.
I want to see a
See,
hippo skip.
it's that thing in hooved animals that we actually bred and selected for in that Tennessee walkers. In the Tennessee walk. Oh yeah, Jay Passett got it. Tennessee walking horses that makes that's the thing that I'm talking
Mhm.
about. Yeah, Harper Blues got it too. I got it first, but I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I think it's great they remembered it too, and I did ask them.
Yeah.
You're gonna share something?
Oh, you wanted me to share screen? I'm sorry.
Well, I'd like everybody to see it, or don't bother.
No, I'm so used to, sending the link and then the host screen sharing. My bad. Here, yeah, I can share screen. Give
You want me to do it?
that. No, I got it. I got it up already.
Is your connection bad or anything?
No, nothing like that. Here, we don't even need the sound. I'll just play it. This is
No,
cute.
yeah.
Watch this thing.
Yeah,
Where'd this
it's
little guy go?
running playfully. I totally agree.
Watch, hold
It's
up. There's a
running
skip. There's one
playfully.
little full jump.
Wait, start it over.
No,
Start
it
over.
hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. He nuzzles his mama, which is really cute.
Yeah, he wants her to
Yeah.
play.
Yeah. It's like, I can't see, kid. Mama's
Of
eyes
course,
ain't what they
I
used to
can't
be.
tell what sex it is. It's hard to say.
Right. Wait for it.
I'm still waiting for it.
There it is.
That little jump.
Yeah. Look at that. There it is. That little wee. That's a skip, man. Like it's like
Okay,
yeah.
now be intellectually honest about it, and see if you can find one of horses.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm
Cattle,
legit.
anything.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm looking for like I'm looking for hippos of all things too. Like I'm looking for baby hippos like jumping and skipping in the same
One
like
little
type of
pretend to
mannerism.
jump over thing, and that's as close as that thing's going to get to skipping.
I mean, what's not? It's in captivity, not out in the wild like they would be. And
Well, I
just
don't know. They
saying.
act different. I don't know that. Maybe you do know that. Is that what you're saying? That they act different in captivity than
I
they do in the wild?
imagine free range versus enclosure. Space. Who knows? It's an assumption. It is an assumption, right?
Well, I know that captivity does have negative effects on a lot of critters.
Right. Yeah.
For instance, you don't see a curved dorsal fin on things not in captivity. You only see that in captivity. It's like a negative reaction to the captivity. They are terribly cute, but it reminded me of like a miniature. What was that X-Man that nothing could stop it?
Juggernaut.
Little miniature Juggernaut. That's what it reminded me.
That's cute. You think they wanted to? I wonder if it could also mean for like a goat as well, like a young horned goat. Like if you think about it, because they could also have one horn growing in a young. I don't know. I've been thinking about goats and they're jumping methodically.
That'd be a weird birth defect.
When I say goat, I don't mean like our normal day farm animal goat. I mean like ibex or something akin to that, or
Oh, here's a miracle. Let me tell you guys about this miracle. I bummed this lady's Bible so many times when this stuff first was shown to me, and I didn't own one. I borrowed it so many times she gave it to me, and that's when I started the praying through the Bible, half a sentence or so at a time. And I got to the book of Joshua, the story of Joshua, the prophet, and I was at a Burger King. It was like really close to close, and that was one of those Burger Kings that stayed open real late. So I don't even know what time it was, but I was very, very tired, and I was trying to read, and my eyes lost focus and kind of crossed a little bit or something, and maybe I was like staring through it instead of looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, my eyes got all screwy because I was tired, and the black ink on the light colored paper background, the black ink kind of smeared together the letters, and it just made like shapes that I couldn't read. But what was interesting about it was the white in between the letters. And I was looking at one spot, and I looked at it, and the white had the outline of a horse's snout. And I said, well, that's just damn weird. So I picked up a pencil and I just lightly traced the nostril, and it's like a 45-degree angle. That's so funny. And then I looked up a little bit, and weird. There's a forehead. Oh, look, the other eye, the top of the eyebrow ridge. Oh, look, this eye has the eyebrow ridge and the eyeball. Oh, look, it's got a spiral horn right here. And I drew all of it. I traced all of it. And it was, well, first of all, it was like a Gothic unicorn. It had one wing up and one wing down, and it had its face down. And it looked powerful but modest. And I'm not an artist, dude. I mean, this is just what it looked like. And it filled up an entire column. It's two columns in the King James, and the right wing, which was closer, which covered up some of its rear right leg. The bottom of that wing was in the top of the next column, and you could like take them apart and fit them together.
And I know that because I started tracing it for children. Like I carried that Bible with me for more than a year. And I would just, whenever I saw a kid, I'd be out in public at restaurants and whatever reading it. Whenever I saw a kid come in and sit down with their folks, I'd just take a piece of paper and I'd just quickly trace what I had scribbled into the Bible, and then take it and trace the bottom of the wing on from the other column, and then I'd just walk over and I'd give it to Dad, or whatever adult was in charge. Obviously, you don't offer things to children, but I would just give it to them, and I mean 100% of the time, the adults' mouths would just drop open when they saw it. They just go, because it was that freaking perfect. I mean, the scale, the distance versus depth, all of it. It was freaky good. It was like a perfect drawing, and I would just trace them out and give them to kids for them to color them. Now, if you want to say that's a coincidence, or my brain put that there, you're freaking insane. I bet you can't write the story of your last vacation and arrange the words in such a way where you can get in your story one triangle, one square, one circle, and one diamond. I bet you can't do it. I bet you'd have to purposefully gap it. You'd have to make it gapped that way on purpose. But there was no other than perfect gaps, like where a period was or a comma was, where the shape of an arc of an S combined with the slant of a Y, stuff like that made this, I mean, perfect unicorn, which have wings, which is why I say that.
I will say that when I was younger, when I used to draw a lot, I used to sit on the bus and I would just like pick someone out and I would just draw them. And
That's pretty cool.
yeah, it was pretty fun doing it. And I would give them the drawing. Some people, I never understood why some people wanted to give me money. I didn't do it for money. I was just doing it because I just wanted to and
I can
thought
suggest
it
a
would be cool.
reasons why they might wanted to give you money. One of
I guess.
one of them you already said. They thought you were doing it for money. That's a reason. B, they, that the drawing was just damn good and they appreciated it and they wanted to compliment you.
Yeah,
Did you think?
sorry about that, Richard. I was gonna say it goes back into kindness. Definitely goes back into kindness. Like that kind gesture you did out of the blue, out of nowhere. You think about childhood. Think about it. When we were children, sitting in classrooms, didn't we not draw and give pictures to each other? It literally goes back down to that. It's that sharing, and it's very personal because it's them, and you made them look like that.
Yeah, I
They
used
don't
to
see
draw.
themselves like that. They may not see themselves like you drew them, but that's how you saw them, and that's important.
Yeah, I used to draw Dragon Ball Z characters, Yu Yu Hakusho characters,
Was
and
gonna
Oh my God, you're a nerd con guy, aren't you? That's awesome.
yeah, I drew Gundam heads and stuff like that, and I gave to my classmates. They should
Did
lose
you,
their damn mind.
did you ever like make a career out of it?
No, I focused more on writing. Believe it or not, I had so growing up, I had speech issues. I was a late bloomer when it comes to actually talking. Um, and I had issues conceptualizing things. Um, so I didn't really know how to, even when I was able to like speak properly, that was when I was going like to the third grade. um, I I couldn't really express myself as much. Um, I mean, look at me now, but it was pretty hard for me to to get to the point where I was like comfortable, but I did enjoy just putting smiles on people's faces. Um, that was something that I really liked doing. That was like the only way I know I could do it, was just like draw stuff and just give them away. I did write poetry and I gave a lot of it away. Um, some of them were like really, really good. And I think one of my spouses back in the day, her grandmother passed away, and I wrote her a poem that she could read at the funeral. Initially, I just wrote it down on with pen and paper or whatever, and she's like, "This is so good, you should keep it." Like, um, so I did keep that poem, and I decided that I was going to start keeping the stuff that I write, even if it is for other people. And I stopped writing dark poetry. I didn't
Yeah, it's
really
bad
see
for
the
the
point.
soul.
Yeah.
I want to address B.S. Lewis in the chat. B.S., I do not believe in coincidences. There are coincidences. It takes no belief to see that there are coincidental things. Now, if you think that it's coincidental that a complete, including the feathers, the twist in the horn, the shape of the hooves, the scale, the muscles, accented in a complete drawing of a horse body with wings and a singular spiral horn in the middle, coming out of the middle of its forehead. If you think, oh, that's coincidence, I'd review what you believe if I were you. Because, bro, that is way too much to be coincidence. I wish I had it with me. I could show you. Unfortunately, it got stolen a very long time ago. I mean, it looked like it was every bit as good, and I'm not an artist, but that drawing in that Bible was every bit as good as the statue of David. I mean, it would look like that. It was flipping gorgeous. All you had to do was add shading, which if it's the hollow between words, it's easy to understand why you couldn't have shading in that because the words would be in the way.
It's like I forget which Greek god
Why
it
couldn't
is.
it be coincidence? Bro, I tell you what, BS, write me a short story and without it looking funny whatsoever, design into the gaps between the letters and spaces and try to put a just 5 line tall or 20 line tall. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Do the best you can. Try to write a short story that includes a diamond shaped negative, a negative or white diamond, but make the words look natural. Don't make it look funny. And a circle and a rectangle and I don't know, pick 4 shapes. Whatever you think you can manage. I bet you can't do it. Your story is going to look funny if you try. Or you could pick complicated shapes, like try to put a frog in it. I dare you. I bet you can't manage a simple outline of a frog.
Hey, Richard, you probably
Hmm.
have to write that down and send him an email. And by the way, B.S. Lewis's channel, you guys should check it out. It's actually pretty funny. A lot of it is uh, Christian criticism and satire.
I
I
love
don't care.
Christian criticism and satire. I do a lot of that myself.
I find it to be pretty funny. So, and yes, this is coming from a Christian. So, you know, um, and he's a pretty chill guy. I haven't
No, I
spoken
like
to him in a
B.S. Lewis.
while.
Don't get me wrong.
So,
It just, to me, he's grasping at straws here. It doesn't make sense that it could be a coincidence.
or
There's no way it's a coincidence.
maybe he's not grasping at straws. He's grasping at your beard.
That's not better. The beard will also pull
That
out.
was a good one. I laughed so hard. I'm so glad I was muted for that.
You
That was
can't
good.
save yourself by grabbing hold of my beard. It's not going to work. And no, I've never done hallucinogenics of any kind, and I'm no one's poet, and I'm no one's artist.
Well,
really,
to your knowledge, you haven't.
to my knowledge, I haven't done any.
Theoretically, yeah. To your knowledge, you don't know if you have. You could have had it done to you. You just don't know about it. Theoretically, it could be.
Well,
technically, it's, what I'm saying.
theoretically,
Never mind. I'm
wouldn't
not
that
going to bring up the
result in
word.
some kind of symptoms of having been drugged?
Maybe. I
mean,
don't know
what
how
kind
it
of
works.
drug doesn't leave symptoms of being drugged? Food, I guess. Food is a drug that doesn't leave you weirded out, I guess.
Unless it's
Dude,
bad food.
I've never
Then you
been.
have
I've
tummy
never
ache, I don't
been.
know.
I have been high just once or twice in my life, but I know what the source was. It was marijuana. I smoked it on purpose, and yes, unlike Bill Clinton, I deeply inhaled, and I didn't like anything about it, and it
I
was
do
very,
read
very,
it, hey.
very bad for me. I am the worst. I am the worst person to smoke pot with in the world, probably, because I can't take it. It's too much, and I know that I haven't done things worse than that. And I've never had any kind of a drug reaction that was just inexplicable, like maybe somebody roofied me or something. I've just never had that. Like the only time I even got close to that, I had bronchitis. I spiked a fever of 105 degrees. But when I went to the hospital because I was feeling really whacked out and hearing stuff that wasn't there and seeing stuff that wasn't there, and I was sweating profusely, and it was like 30 degrees outside, and I was sweating like crazy. When I got to the hospital, they said, "Oh, here you have this kind of white blood cell thing going on, and this kind of blood thing going on. You have bronchitis," and it made perfect sense. But it wasn't a drug.
Well, chemical induced, but never mind.
I was sick. I had a virus, a real nasty
Yeah.
one.
Oh, B.S. Lewis. We're trying to get Richard to hit his 1,000 sub mark. So, whenever you do another video or something, just, give him a shout out, see if we can
Or even make fun of
get
me.
some
That's
posts.
good too.
Yeah, there's that. Just, just add a link to his channel. Make sure whenever you do a drawing, you get the beard right, bro. Okay? Just make sure that's right.
Yeah, I don't drink alcoholic beverages at all. And I wasn't drinking at the time. In fact, I couldn't even afford a decent meal at the time. So I certainly wasn't drinking things that were around other people. That just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like begging for water at fast food restaurants, like that. That's what I was
Did
drinking.
that once as a kid.
Well, I was really devoted to reading the Bible, so I just left everything behind, and I didn't even try to get work or anything. And it
I
was
was a
like that
lost
for
kid.
about a year. What's that?
I was a little kid and I was lost. It was a really hot summer day. No idea
That's a
where
good
I
reason to beg
was.
for water.
I was like 2 blocks away from home.
Oh, let me
walked
help
me
you
back
out.
to my house.
There you go, B.S. Lewis. That's how long it is.
Clip that. That's how long
Right.
it is.
Or
That's how long it is. Yes.
I can do it this way. That's how long it is.
I prefer that one. You should get like a beard stiffener and then get some gel and just do a show like that.
It's weird. The
Completely
longest
serious.
ones are like under my chin and partially down, the underside of my tongue. Those are the longest ones, and they're like a foot long.
My beard is ruined. I had a injury, a scar, like right in the middle of my my chin. So like from my chin under, hair kind of refuses to grow there. So I get like a patchy look on my freaking. I always look like I'm 14 years old.
Are you part Native American?
Yeah.
That explains why you're Apache.
Bravo.
Yes, I have a very gnome-like beard. It's true.
I just have a goatee. I can't grow a beard to save my life.
Yeah, I have a goatee too.
Are you part Native American?
No, I'm Jamaican.
Part Asian?
Yeah, there's some of that, and Syrian and black.
Syrian and black, yeah. See, me and my brothers, we get this. This is a very kinky beard. It's like in these really
Clip
tight
that.
curls.
Right.
No, seriously, it's like in really tight curls. Like I comb it with a pick because that's the only thing that will go through it. And it is so very. I just combed it right before this show. So let's see if I can get a good camera angle. And here's a pack of cigarettes.
Party tricks, yay!
Like it is so thick and stiff, and it's not very nice at all.
Clip that
That's
too.
20s. My mother-in-law smokes those too.
Yeah, and I mean I can just combed it, and it's not tangled at all.
Do
It's just
you have like a
it's
special
just that
shampoo?
rigid. What's that?
Do you have like a special shampoo for
What
it?
am I, a girl?
I don't know, man. I don't know about beard stuff. I've never grown one.
My wife did it for me.
It's hair. You wash it with shampoo. You know.
She got me this nice beard stiffener. I used to try to use it. Like I can grow it out, but then, it just grows into like the neck beard and stuff. So I can grow it out. It just doesn't look as nice because like the middle's missing, right? So it's like nice and fat all around. Then you get to the middle. It's like, what the hell's happening here? It's like nothing's there. It's like, ah. So I just keep it
Yeah.
nice and short.
I'm sure when his wife probably met him for the first time and he's probably like super short, he's like, I don't grow up, I grew out.
Yeah, actually, BS. I was thinking about. There's a young friend of mine. His mom is a pro, and she does cornrows. So I was thinking about getting this cornrowed, which of course make it a lot shorter, but it would also make it like a lot thicker. And then I was thinking about doing the Mesopotamian beard thing.
Do it.
Yeah, that would be
that'd
badass.
so cool.
I've always wanted to like that's like literally been my dream to like the little. I fucking always liked to have a beard. That's a fucking beard, and I can never have that. I'm like, damn.
Well, I've been asking her to do it for like 3 years now, and she keeps saying yes, and then it doesn't happen. Well, I've been asking him to ask his mom. I mean, I only know his mom by hey. I've never talked to her really.
You should show up and be like, do my beard.
I told her, I said, look, I'll put on special cologne, whatever you like. I'll sit there, I'll lay there blindfolded. I won't say anything about your work. So, and if you really screw it up, I won't complain. I just cornrow it. I can't do it.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
B.S. Lewis says, if you want the rest of your subs, you have to appeal to the youth. Okay, I'll dye my beard. I'll go back to dyeing it red.
There you go.
That's Old Testament,
I thought he was gonna say if you want more subs, you got to be a better dom, but
yeah, that was a missed opportunity there.
Yeah.
Richard's like, how? What?
Be a better dom.
Yeah.
I don't play those kinds of games. I'm not a dom. I am in charge. I'm not in charge because someone lets me be in charge.
He's the dungeon master.
That's not how it works.
Right.
Oh, Cryptomary, you're so sweet. You're a very pretty lady yourself.
That would make him the bull.
No, I can't tell you how many times I've been fired because I'm just naturally like an A-type personality. And I've always been not like stuck on myself, but not scared to say what I think. You know?
I've only been fired from 2 jobs.
Oh boy, I
One,
can't tell you. What were yours?
one was when I used to work in the HVAC industry.
Hmm.
The supervisor at the time for all of like the younger guys, the journeymen,
Hmm.
he basically fired every single journeyman, including myself, because he had learned that the owner of the company um he wanted to train a few of the journeymen and give them control of the company when he wanted control of the company. Because the owner's sons, they weren't interested in running the HVAC company. They wanted to become doctors and one like a trainer or something like that.
Okay.
Um,
Right.
yeah, so he wanted to pass it down to someone, to basically run it. And yeah, he fired all of the journeymen, um, like little by little over time. Um, the other time I was fired was I the contract that I had signed with this guy. I was supposed to work for I think six six or so months before I would get the actual pay that I negotiated, and he did not want to pay me that much. He orchestrated a situation that would where I guess any normal person would have done something that would get them fired. It didn't work.
You saw a
And
way around it.
yeah, and he basically said, take some time off,
Oh my God,
and
they did this to me.
I'll call you back, and like he just like
This is one of the
never
ways
called
I got
back.
fired. I'm not kidding you. Like, okay, they said, oh, yeah, you say you can do all this cool stuff. Here's this alteration to a prototype. Here's the instructions on how to install it. Good luck, right? And it took me a while because I had to go and study the instructions, and it was a rather complex system. It was part of a water softening system for a pug mill that was part of a thermal treatment facility for petroleum contaminated soils. It was complicated. But anyway, I figured it out. I read it and I figured it out, and I went and installed it, and I came back in, and they just looked really disappointed.
Mm,
And then we had a few weeks off because they let the emissions permit run out, which is a federal thing. They let the emissions permit run out, and I kept calling them back saying, you guys got that straightened out yet? You got that straightened out? You got 6 months later, they said, when are you going to take a hint?
damn. Yeah.
I was just like, you jerks! You could have told me I would have been working this 6 months.
Hmm.
Wish you just like outright fired me instead of like hinting
Yeah.
around. Oh my gosh, it was awful. I ran up
Yeah.
$32,000 on my credit cards
Jesus.
because I had a good job and it was good pay and it was dependable. I just didn't know I was fired.
Yeah. I had to. It's funny too because when that same week when I got fired indirectly, I guess, from that last job,
Mm-hmm.
my mom was spending some time over, and she ended up getting like really sick, passed out, and like fell and hit her head, and
Yeah.
like it was basically like a blessing that he fired me, because if I wasn't home, um, you know, at that time, you know, yeah, I who would have known what would have happened, but because I was just kind of there and quick on my feet, got her to the hospital, and she got treatment and all of that stuff. So it basically saved her life. It was like, I'd seen him a couple months after, and I was like, "Hey, dude, I sincerely appreciate you firing me. Save save my mom's life." He was so fucking confused.
Spooky bit here. Have you heard of the sunk cost fallacy? I have to die because I already bought the die. So no
What?
turning back now.
What?
I mean,
Blasphemy.
what?
Vote to
What's
kick.
blasphemy?
Shave it off? Hell no. Go shave your pubes, bro.
Wait, how is that a bad thing though? How is that a rebuttal?
What?
To shave one's pubes.
I don't know. Maybe he likes
You
his.
just want people to shave things.
Right.
You be the person and you shave something.
Wasn't that just called manscaping at the end of the day?
See,
so
Crooked
weird.
Barrier got my back.
That's right. Why are we like trying to deny our own puberty? It's just damn
Odor.
weird.
Some
Like
people
I don't
have.
want to look 12.
Oh no, my friend, it's not about the look, it's about the motion. Less friction for the action.
Oh, that is so not true.
Well, I mean,
I've been with girls that trimmed, okay, and some extreme trimming. And let me tell you what you don't want. You don't want 2 days after a shave. You don't want that. That'll eat your flesh. You don't want that.
I mean, I like the cheese grater, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a rough and tough guy, I'm sorry.
You're a masochist.
I enjoyed that, I'm not gonna lie. A little stubble.
What, you got a little itch down there you need to take care of? What the hell's going on there? See a doctor, bro.
Yeah, right.
If that feels good on your junk, there's something wrong.
Oh my goodness.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily on the junk portion, but yeah.
Okay, now we're getting too personal. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to ask you to stop too. I think that's the limit right there. Yeah, I don't know why anyone would
right.
shave. I think it's ridiculous to shave anything, anywhere. And yeah, it's okay with me if women have a little bit of hair on their arms and a little bit of hair on their legs too. That's cool. I mean, I'm practically an orangutan myself.
It's weird because
Yeah, I agree. I'm
don't,
not so it's stigma.
like even under my armpit, I don't grow much hair at all.
Yeah,
But
you know, there's a German tribe that literally adults have no pubic hair.
that's interesting.
Yeah, they don't have armpit hair. They don't have any kind of pubic hair. The whole tribe. Men don't grow beards. Women don't have hairy legs. Nope. No armpit hair.
I don't know. I might have to do a 23andMe and see if there's any of that in me.
Could be. Could be. I knew a
Do you
woman
have
that she just grew
did you
no
have a lot
pubic
of
hair whatsoever.
facial acne?
Me?
No, Odin.
No.
Do you have the I forget Akita something celiac, I forget what it's called. It starts with the K. But do you have like a bunch of dots on your arms? That's the
No.
best way to call it. No, okay.
What kind of dots?
They're red dots, little red raised dots. It's like an acne. Instead of having acne on my face, I only got acne on my arms. Like I always have had acne marks on my arms.
Interesting. Never heard of
So
that.
I never get zits on my face because I never had it. Like everyone else around me always had zits face. I never did.
I mean, I'll
Right.
get like zits every now and then, and like an ingrown hair, which inadvertently gives me a headache. But yeah,
You're thinking too much about it if a zit gives you a headache.
they can be pretty big, sometimes, and very painful. So
Do you find
they'll.
yourself
Yeah,
like
man.
tensing up the muscles in your skull, trying to
Mhm.
compensate for the pain of the zit?
Mm-mm. I'll take muscle relaxers.
Mhm.
Well, I used to take muscle relaxers because I thought that was the problem. But
Mhm.
yeah, no, that that was not the problem. It was pretty
Okay.
bad.
Maybe it was chemical then.
Yeah, I don't get them. I don't get those as often anymore, especially since I changed my diet. I pretty much cut carbs like 97%.
Mhm.
Um, and I haven't really gotten any of those issues
So
really.
90%, 97% of carbs are cut out of your diet. So once a month you eat a gigantic chocolate cake.
I'll have a Philly cheesesteak.
All right.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right, guys, 4 hours. I'm shutting this thing off.
Yeah.
Let me get your wrapping up thoughts that are on topic.
can I read you a poem?
Sure.
So this was a poem that I wrote for my friend that she read at her family's funeral. It's called
Funeral
Eternal
poem.
Hope.
This should sound really uplifting.
In the snow and in the sand within our memories, we will look for your footprints which tell us great stories. Within the blissful tranquility of eternity, we hope to see you in our dreams in God's loving presence. Happy. You have embraced both the hardships and the blessings of life. Your wisdom taught each generation how to conquer times of strife. The world is a better place for us, thanks to your fight. Since your
Mm,
journey's over, rest unencumbered in the embrace of God's light.
that is lovely.
Yes. She's like, bro, you need to save that.
That's nice. No, that should be a card.
I don't know. Maybe I'll do that.
That's a pretty good one. One of the better ones I've ever heard.
Yeah, it is one of my favorites. And I wrote quite a lot of poems, but that one is definitely one of my favorites.
Right on.
Like and subscribe if you want to hear more poetry, guys.
Right
Share
on.
as well. Let's get
Put your link in the chat, bro.
wait. Well, I don't have any links or anything. I
Yes,
have
you do.
Twitter. I have Twitter, but that's like my demon time place. That's where I go to put out all the negative energy and be a absolute degenerate. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep that to
don't chill
myself.
that. No, no, don't chill that. What you got, Tog?
May we all grow in the grace of God.
Amen. All right, guys. Thanks for showing up. I appreciate it if you shill this out. I appreciate it if you vote on it. All that, algorithm petting stuff. Pet the algorithm. Algorithms need love too. And thank you all for coming by. I enjoyed all of you. Thank you, especially those who helped me keep this thing going. Tog and Batman, of course. Of course. Till next time, guys. I look forward to the day that we're all great friends in heaven. Till next time.